Hello there. How's it going? I, yeah, hope everybody's doing well. Uh, yeah, things, it's clear tonight, which is good, unlike last night. Uh, uh, Hello, Joe V. And I see Gary is on and Red Angel's on. Hi. Hi, everybody. Yeah, so I, unlike yesterday, last night, it's completely clear right now, which is good. That's what the forecast said, and it actually happened. So, um, I got the telescopes outside earlier, and I kind of got them set up a bit, but I decided to update my Raspberry Pi with the latest version of the Seestar software, um, the version that basically it was some new uh, some minor new features and some bug fixes and stuff. But I decided I'd test it live. Why not? So I actually only got this running about 20 minutes before the live stream. And so I hadn't had a chance to um, kind of get everything set up like as much as I would have liked to. But I did unpark both of the telescopes, and you can see they are now pointing up at the sky. I imaged this star Rassel Hague, something like that. Um, and of course horizontal calibration failed on one of them, but that's okay. But the good news is it's clear. Um, the moon isn't interfering too much. You can see it's only 11 degrees above the horizon, and it's still kind of an early crescent. I saw it earlier when I was outside just after sunset. And I think in the next day or two, if I have a live stream, I'll probably end up starting with a stream, starting with the telescopes pointing at the moon, since it helps with the alignment. I mean, it's a relatively easy target to align the telescopes on, and I can do it before it gets too dark. So, um, anyway, so let's get to it. There were a bunch of things I tried to image last night that I failed to image, mostly because of all the clouds. So we should be able to. There's a lot of things I have on my list, and I don't want to. I'll have to pick which ones I actually image. After midnight, I'm going to try again, assuming it stays. Let's see what the forecast looks like now. Yeah, look at this. Wait, is this the latest? Okay, no, it looks good. So, like around 5 in the morning, there'll be some clouds. I'm not worried about that. So after midnight, the seeing will be above average. Transparency is below average because we have a lot of dust in the air. But it'll be good. I'll be able to get the Andromeda mosaic running again, and I'm not necessarily going to stream. I'm not going to stream the whole time, but I'll at least stream until I get the mosaic started, and I'll probably start at midnight or whenever the Andromeda galaxy is visible, and I'll run it for a couple hours. But in the meantime, let me bring up Stellarium and see what we can see. Okay. Yesterday, there were a few NGC objects that were mentioned, and I wrote down a few things. I wrote down the Iris Nebula and NGC 7006, which is a globular cluster. And I'm just checking to see if any of these are visible yet. Not strictly visible. 7,000. Not strictly visible from the point of view of being above the horizon, but being visible in my sky. Let me see. That might not be for another 20 minutes or so, or maybe even longer. Yeah, 7. So that is that globular cluster. And I think the iris, it's similar story. I think that's kind of low right now for me. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I actually can start the iris. And we'll go to the current time. That is the current time. Okay, so Iris Nebula is definitely a go. So I will put that globular after later. So I'll do the globular after maybe 10:30 just to be safe. And I'll actually schedule on one of the telescopes. I'll put the delays in there so we can yeah, so I'll put delays so that just in case something fails, it won't immediately go to the next one, like what happened last night, where I had scheduled, 3 things, and there were a lot of clouds, so it would fail, and then it would go on to the next one, and even if it was clear, it might fail because it wasn't visible yet. So I will avoid that today. So I'm going to do, I wonder if I should do a full hour of the angel of the Iris Nebula. Yeah, let me think about that. And I do feel like I need to do more of the Bubble Nebula, because I don't feel like I don't think I had done the Crescent Nebula yesterday, but I think, yeah, that might be too low for me right now. Oh, actually, one thing I had thought about doing is more of the elephant's trunk, but nah, really I should do a mosaic with that, and I don't feel like doing a mosaic for that one. I mean, I want to do some mosaics, but I don't want to do, there's only a couple things I think I want to do mosaics of. The main one being the Andromeda Galaxy. Let's see. I have Nebula. And I think Pac-Man isn't visible right now for me. NGC 281. Nope. Too low. Too low. And then I have a bunch of things for after midnight. Bernard's Galaxy. I am watching chat. I do have an eye on the chat, just if there's suggestions. Wait, Elephant Trunk. Actually, the Heart Nebula is another one I have on my list. That one I'm actually tempted to do a mosaic of. I see 1805. No, that's not even close to visible, so that won't be actually probably till after midnight. So I'll put that. I'm basically grouping things by time. Yeah. Well, the good news is a bunch of these targets will be, in a few weeks, will be earlier in the evening. Crescent Nebula? Okay. Let me see. I think Crescent's okay. I think Crescent's in a good position. And I could always do more data on that one. I mean, the seeing is reasonable for here. Oh, that's, wait, oh, no, that's, as of now, yeah, it's in a great position. Yeah, Jose suggested Crescent Nebula. I think I might start that. And then the Heart Nebula takes a lot of integration time. Yeah, that's, I am kind of wanting to try that. And maybe that might be one of the last things I kick off this evening, is a mosaic of the Heart Nebula and of Andromeda. And actually, Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Jose was saying the crescent looks like a brain. It does. It really does. It's they call it a crescent, but I mean, it's kind of hard to tell in this version of it, but sometimes the texture, it definitely looks, um, sometimes, yeah, kind of like it looks kind of like a brain. um, Although this hasn't, fully, rendered yet, but yeah, it does kind of look, let me, okay, turn off that one. So I'll do the crescent. I will do, what will I do? And I'll do it on the B telescope because that's the one I can monitor. But I'll show you what. There's actually a couple of Andromeda brains stuck in a bubble. Yeah. Um, there is so I can't look at it now, but I mean it's not visible right now, but I do want to get the Andromeda galaxy and specifically a mosaic so I can get M110 and M32, these satellites. But I'm also kind of tempted to see if I have what was I looking at doing? NGC 147. And again, this would be an after midnight thing, or I'll just wait until later. Yeah, see, this is almost, it's just barely. I could probably, basically, I want to try to get both of these, and these are actually satellites, I think, of Andromeda. Like they're kind of far away from it, but I think they're gravitationally bound to it. They're like dwarf galaxies or something, but they're close enough that I should be able to get them in the same frame. So I don't need a mosaic for that one. But again, that's an after midnight thing. Yeah, the Skywatcher, 50 millimeters, a good size. Let me see. So we've got crescent. Actually, also iris. So I think I'll start with the crescent because it's the higher one. Okay. So tonight M16. See, the problem for me, I mean, again, I feel like I'm a broken record here sometimes, because it's just like I get so little time for M16. It's really kind of frustrating. Actually, it is visible right now for me. I wonder if I should start one of them on M16. Is that right? Yeah, it might actually be visible, but it's only visible for like a bit over an hour. See, less than 2 hours, like an hour and a half, because of all the obstructions I have. So I don't get that much time on the Eagle Nebula. So maybe I'll start one on the crescent, one telescope on the crescent, and one on the Eagle, since I actually can image it right now. And which actually, the other one that I haven't done yet, or I've imaged it, but I haven't really done it enough. I think I want to try to get the Sagittarius star cloud. But let me see. But I can't see it for very long. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that. I feel like I can't do it justice. But I could do Eagle and then maybe do yeah, with having two Seestars with my sky, definitely. Yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll start both of them pointing this direction to begin with, and then yeah, maybe which one of these do I want to get more time on? Definitely feel like I should get more integration time on the Eagle Nebula. But what's this one over here? NGC. Oops. What is this? Is that a thing or not? Because sometimes you see these areas and it may not even have an. It might be like an SH region. Yeah, I'll start one on the crescent. I mean on the eagle. And maybe, and then maybe, do I want to do the Omega Nebula? I do like the Trifid. Those are, but that one's a little bit further down, or that is further down. Which one is this one again? Lagoon? The Lagoon Nebula. But see, I don't have much time on the Lagoon. Actually, let me look at my, I have, I want to see how much data I have on these. Like this is, yeah, look at how noisy this is. Maybe I should do some on the Lagoon Nebula, M8. And is M17 Omega. I think I want to do more of M. This one's not too bad, but I think I want to do more on this one. I'll do more on Lagoon. I'll do Lagoon and then, and what did I say? And yeah, Lagoon and Eagle. And Trifid. I could get more on Trifid, but I don't want to have everything pointing that direction to begin with, or I mean, for too long. And I only have a narrow window to image that direction, so I'm going to do M16. And how long can I do? Actually, how long can I do M8? That's the question. Actually, I think M8 is still too. Maybe I'll do that at 11. 11. Or maybe 11:10. Yeah, I'll do it at 11:10 and run it for, or 11:15, run it for 15 minutes. Actually, that's what I'll do. So I'll do M16 for, I'll just do it for 15 minutes because I have a lot of data, that one, but it wouldn't hurt to get more. And then I'll go to M8 at 11:15. I'll do a wait for, and that, or wait until, and then I'll run that for 45 minutes and try to get some good, because the good thing is it doesn't look like the field's going to rotate that much in that 45 minutes, just a little bit, which is nice. So M16 and Nebula. Oh, never mind. Okay, so I've got that. Actually, what is this Chinese Dragon Nebula? That's interesting. The names will catch my attention. Oh, this one. Yeah, it's kind of small, but you can see kind of this, I guess, like a Chinese dragon. But I'll do Lagoon. So let me go ahead and start that on the one. And get that going. And I'll do it on the one that we can actually monitor. So I'm going to quickly do two different things. Now, there's been a few new features added. Oh, do I go ahead? Well, one of the new features, this would show twilight, like sunrise, sunset, and twilight times. But it's now turned off by default, and I guess I didn't turn it back on. But since it's dark, I don't need to know when twilight is. So I'm going to start with M16, and I'm going to run that for 15 minutes, just to start with. and use light pollution filter. And then I'm going to do wait until 11:15, and hopefully Lagoon will be 23:15. Almost did. Forgot 24-hour time. Wait until 11:15 p.m. No, wrong. It's 10:15. See, I already messed up. Yeah, it's going to be 10:15. See, this is why having a ability to edit will be nice. So M16 and use light pollution, and then I need to wait until 22:15, so 10:15, and then I will do M8, and I'm not going to do a mosaic. And I will do that for 45 minutes, which is 2,700 seconds, I think. And we'll see. We'll submit that and we'll go. So it is running. Oops, wrong one. Okay, actually I don't want to be on this screen. I want to, because it ends up cluttering up the logs. And actually we can go switch to the real view. Yeah, because I published a video yesterday afternoon about how to install the Seestar Alp software, this one that's running in the web interface and that I'm using to control the Seestars. I did a video on how to install it on the Raspberry Pi, and as a matter of fact, this version, the version running on this Raspberry Pi is it's using the same instructions that were used on the video. This is a new image. Assuming this tests out okay, I'm going to put it on the website so people who you'll be able to see the latest image. Anyway, there were a lot more people who looked at that video than I kind of initially expected. So it seems like there's been kind of a number of new people showing up on the Discord server. And so yeah, there's some new features that people have been asking about, or some features people have been asking about that have been kind of on the list for a while, but I think we're going to start implementing. I think this calibration is just going to totally fail because it's too low. I don't know why. It's frustrating. I mean, it's not the Seestar's fault. It's my very obstructed sky. And so elephant nebula, are you talking about like the elephant trunk? I might do that. Yeah, horizontal calibration failed. That's fine. So let me, one of the telescopes is going. So let me go back to the other one and let's start getting something scheduled here. And actually I want to see, wait, what did I say? I said we can do, the Iris Nebula and the Crescent, but I'll start with the Crescent since that's higher. And maybe I'll do that for half an hour. Let me see. So, oops, I'm looking it up in emoji. That's not right. That is a very spectacular looking nebula. Yeah, so how far is that up in the sky right now? Yeah, it's pretty high, but the Crescent's higher. So I'll start with the Crescent Nebula. So we'll start with, and really I could just immediately go on to the Iris Nebula. So I will start with NGC 688. Crescent, And I'll do that for half an hour to start with. I'm just trying to get more integration time on some of these. Now, on the case of Iris Nebula, I think I might end up doing more. That is 70, 30, 23. NGC 70, 23. Do I want to do it 45 minutes? I think I want to do it 45 minutes. I want to try to get as much data. I don't tend to like going longer than that because eventually field rotation kind of starts messing up things, at least for me. So I'll do that. And that will get it out to just past 11 p.m. So Iris. Okay, that's telescope A, telescope B, and actually NGC 7000. Let me look at where that's going to be. 7006. Yeah, so that's not visible now, but in an hour it will be. So I will do a wait. I'll do a wait for, or wait until 23:20 maybe. And then I'll do NGC 7006, which is a globular cluster. And actually, yeah, that'll get that telescope out to like 11:30. Let me see. So this will go half an hour, then 45 minutes. So that gets me out to 10:30, 11:15. So maybe I'll wait until 11:20 or 23:20, 23:25 just to be safe. And then NGC 7006. And I'm only going to do 15 minutes for that. No light pollution. Okay. So I think this is what I'm going to do on this one, which is Crescent Nebula, Iris Nebula, Crescent for half an hour, Iris for 45 minutes, and the globular cluster for 15 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and start it. Now the problem is with this particular telescope, I can't see the I can't get a live view of what the scope is doing. Whereas the telescope B, I can, and we can see the eagle is coming along. It's amazing how bright that is. I mean, given that I'm Bortle 9, 3.5 minutes, and you can already see that kind of the pillars of creation area there, that kind of hand-shaped thing. Yeah, on 3.5 minutes. But let's see. One of the things I wanted to check is if I can look at the Seestar, because you can look at the Seestar through the network drive, and I want to see if which one is currently the one that it's pointing out, because they both have the same name. They both are called Seestar, unfortunately. By the way, if you're watching this video now, feel free to like it so more people will get it and see it, and because it does help on my side as well. Bortle 5, yeah. I mean, Bortle 5 would be nice. Yeah, this is doing nicely. But let's see. So this one is imaging M16 and the other one is imaging the Crescent Nebula NGC 688. So if I look at the subframes here, there are no subframes here. Oh, but has it even started? Let me look at M16. Oh, see, look, there's a subframe directory for M16, but not the stacked directory. So this actually must be the same telescope. So this doesn't help us. I can't monitor the other telescope using this volume, but I might be able to do something if I go directly to the IP address. Let me try that. But yeah, these are all coming from this one. So let me try to figure out the Seestar. So actually, I have the Seestar IP right here. It's 192.168.42, 250. So let me try to connect to that directly. Connect to server. Is it an SMB server? 192.168.42, 250. You're attempting to connect. Oh, did that work? Yes, it did work. Haha. So what I did on the Mac, because, hold on. The problem is, no, hold on. I'm trying to dismiss something from this other screen. Okay. All right. So on the Mac Finder, and you can do something similar on Windows, but you can go, okay, I have two Seestars. They both have the same name. So only one of them is showing up in this list, the one that just says Seestar. So what I did, because I know the IP address of the other one, and this wouldn't be a problem if you only have one Seestar, but my life is more complicated. I can get, some things are easier because I can get data more quickly, but some things are definitely more complicated. But because I know this other Seestar is this IP address, I went into the Mac Finder and I went go to folder, and I went SMB, and I typed in that IP address and I hit connect, and it basically, I logged in as a guest and then it asked me for the volume, which is right. And then, so now it's visible here. So this is the other Seestar. And you can do the same thing under Windows in it, where I think you go like // and then the IP address and then / and hit return, and it'll connect to that volume or to that server. So this should be imaging the crescent right now. Now, it's not ideal because, first off, this is slow, but you kind of have to rummage around in the directories. And so this is something that's come up on the, it's been requested more than once, and it got requested again recently, where it would be nice if the Seestar, if this web interface had some ability to look at, see what you're shooting, kind of like the app where you can see what is currently being imaged. And there is an API call where you can get one of the more recent, like the most recent stacked image or something, but that, like, it doesn't give us exactly the live view. Sorry, I couldn't mute it in time. I need to, yeah, that would be good. And it's funny because I know other people would like to have it, and it would eliminate the need to do what I'm doing here, where I have the Seestar app running, the iPad app running on my laptop, connecting to the Seestar just so I can see what's being imaged. The ability to do it in the web interface would be good, and it's particularly useful if, like in my case, where I have more than one. And has this even started imaging yet? That's troubling. Is it even... What is this scope even doing? What is it even doing? It says the schedule's running. Let me see what the schedule claims to be on. It still claims to be on the first one. That's strange. I don't see... Maybe it's still doing calibration stuff? I wouldn't think it would be doing calibration. Let me see. I mean, this should be the right volume, and it should be the subframe. I mean, it was supposed to do the crescent first. But why wouldn't it have taken some subframes yet? Oh. Okay, so by default, important safety tip. By default, when you go through the app, the Seestar app, the iOS or Android app, and you pick a target, if it's an NGC object, it has a space. But if you remember, or I didn't remember, that when I entered the target, when I entered the target on the schedule, notice I don't have a space, and that's fine because it the app is still, this web interface is still able to look up that NGC number and get the location. Problem is, that's the name of the folder, and I was looking at the folder with the space. That's not the folder it's going into. It would be going into this folder, and this should have data in it, and it does. So that's, I just spent a few minutes briefly going like, why isn't it working? It's like, it is working. It's just I wasn't looking in the right directory. Anyway, I think on that note, I'm going to have a sip of soda. Clearly I need more caffeine. But see, even another reason to have it in the web interface, to make it idiot proof for when I'm being an idiot. Yeah. Oops. Anyway, but cool. Obviously there's a lot of frames in here because it's struggling, but I guess. So the good news is that's working. I don't know how far along it is. Now I kicked that off. I mean, that's what I need to do that. I'm going to make a note on this. I should timestamp in the interface. Timestamp my wish list. Timestamp schedule items, stop times. I mean, just, I don't know. It could be nice to see like when it started and when it stopped. Or maybe some extra details, like a little kind of hover thing where you hover over a indicator. Hover over the line. It gives you more detail about like when the item started and stopped. Yeah, that's a very good question. What are my plans? I've been talking about this for a bit, and unfortunately I haven't done anything with it. Basically, I actually did look at it briefly because I didn't remember if things were set up the way I thought they were. There is an Ethernet jack on the first floor on an outside wall near where the telescopes are. the problem is that Ethernet jack isn't actually punched into the punch down block I have in my wiring kind of cabinet, because it was never, they were never all wired up when I got the house. Like it was kind of, it all, the ends all go into the closet, but they're not connected to anything. And some of them were uh, kind of tied together as phone lines. It's not that old of a house, but it's old enough. I mean, it's like early 2000s where maybe Ethernet wasn't high on people's list and phones still were, I guess. Um, and so all I need to do is punch down that specific item, and then, I mean, that specific port, and then I can put an access point down there. And so instead of it'll be still going through a wall. Instead of going through a wall and a floor and it's like 30 feet, it would be going through a wall and it would be 10 feet away. And I even was debating drilling a hole through that external wall to have an outside access point, or I'll run it on the Raspberry Pi, and have that running as an access point. And so that's the plan. And because what I really want to do is, like in this case where it's already going on to the Lagoon Nebula. Cool. Yeah, because the other one I didn't have going for too long, and you can already see some. What in the world? It hasn't imaged anything yet, which is good because I see double stars there, and not double stars because it's not being. Whoa! Look at that. I love it when it does that. Not. Anyway, so by having the a stronger signal for both telescopes, I can do things that I can't reasonably do now. I'm able to view things like this through the app, but pulling up all these subframes just, I mean, it's still spinning. It's still trying to figure it. Now, I have some subframes from previous nights that I don't think I cleared off, but it shouldn't take this long. I mean, this directory can't be that big. Like it might have a few hundred items in it, but it shouldn't take this long. But if I can actually get the latency and performance to a reasonable level, my plan is then I'm going to just point some live stacking software on my laptop at that directory, and then I don't even have to be, I mean, it'll be getting controlled by the Seestar Alp software, but I won't need a preview or anything because I'll be directly connecting to the Seestars drive, monitoring the directory and auto stacking stuff, or live stacking stuff. That's the plan. And I really want to do it sooner rather than later, because every time I do a live stream and this happens, I complain about it. Okay, this is turning out nicely. Although these stars are really bloated. That is unfortunate. I'm just trying to figure out if there's some. Let me look at the status on that one. This is the Seestar B. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I guess I'll let it go. Yeah, a status column would be good. Yeah. Yeah, I made a note of it. So, I mean, that's a pretty easy one. I mean, honestly, so the live stacking would be nice, which requires a stronger signal, but it would definitely be greater utility for more people to have a preview image built into here, kind of like this. It's kind of bugging me that it's I'm part of me is wondering if it's just not, is it just the is it not in focus? I don't know. Well, before I image I'm going to image the Lagoon Nebula, and before I image anything else on this telescope, I'm going to force it to autofocus. But I'll just let it run for a while. Although, I say that, but this is going to bug me. I'm going to stop it. Now, the good thing is you have the schedule, but you can still stop it manually. So I'm going to run an autofocus on here. And I could have triggered the autofocus from the app, but let me wait for this to come through. Was it 11? I think it was 1537 was the old focus point. It ended up basically where it was. Oh well. I'm gonna just start a new one. So let's look at the chat. So yeah, live stacking. I mean, that's basically what the Seestar itself is doing. It's taking a bunch of, well, this is a bad example because it's taking so long. Yeah. So before I was imaging, this is the other Seestar, I was imaging M16, and it creates all these frames, it's 177, but there's a JPEG, two different JPEGs in a FIT file. Anyway, it's like 50, 60 files, and it's combining them. That's basically what the Seestar is doing. It's live stacking it inside the telescope and showing you kind of the result. And when it's done, it puts the result in this directory, which is the fully stacked image. But if you have a directory that just has the subframes, there's desktop software you can run that will monitor the directory, and as new frames show up, it'll basically do the stacking, what the Seestar is doing, but basically do it on your desktop. But you need you need to be able to read this directory faster, and so people will do it, with like, yeah, I mean, if you're imaging something, like I've had a astro camera plugged into my computer directly, and the computer was capturing individual images, and then software on the same computer was then live stacking it. And then that doesn't have any latency. That's fast. But basically my goal is to try to get the wireless fast enough where I can either point some desktop software at that directory and live stack it, or I mean, Cyril supports it, and PixInsight supports it, I think. And there's other software that supports it. But even if I can't get the network as fast as I would want it to be, I mean, like, even if it's just a bit faster, I can still have a script that would kind of, maybe once a minute or every few, 4 times a minute, maybe it would incrementally check the directory and just copy the files that had the new files to the local machine, and then, to my desktop, and then have the software pointing at my desktop to do the live stacking. So basically doing this, but with desktop software. That's what I'd like to be able to do. Because then at that point, you're not using the Seestar, anything on the Seestar at all. I mean, you're not using this app, the iOS app, and you're not using, you're not using the iOS app at all. Those stars are just so incredibly bloated, but it claims it's in focus. I'll just go with it. But this is a nice bright one too. What was I? Actually, so that reminds me. Let me see. speaking of live stacking, let me pull up. Did Cyril add live stacking? Actually, I'm not going to pull it up in the app. Cyril live stacking. Yeah, live stacking in Cyril. Actually, is that in the... Yeah, so if you bring up Cyril... Oh, okay. If you bring up Cyril, it's this button here. Start live stacking session. And it pops up this dialog to do debayering, use 32-bit, shift-only registrations, and you can start. And I presume it'll go off of whatever directory you have, whatever your home directory is set to. I'm not going to try it against those Seestars because I'm afraid it would just lock up because the network is so slow. But yeah, basically that's all you do, and you hit start, and then it'll start live stacking the images. And so as it's accumulating subframes, you get to you're seeing kind of a stack as it's going, as it's getting images. Luckily, the skies are still clear. Now, I was going to run this originally until almost 11, I think, so I'm just letting this run. Let's see what the other one's up to. Oops, schedule. And it is still on the Mosaic, and then it's going to do 7023, the Iris Nebula. So let me look at this directory. See, it's still loading. That is just bad. That is so slow. I'm just going to pick a random directory. Yeah, unfortunately, I really need to upgrade the wireless. I mean, it's not, I have the tool to do it. I've done it before. I just need to do it. It's just, I had some other stuff to do today, paperwork and back to school stuff. So not for me, but for my kids. Now, how long? I said I did the Crescent Nebula only for half an hour. So the Crescent Nebula might be finishing soon. Yeah, back to school. Yeah, I don't know where, I mean, it varies depending on where you are in the US, but here in Texas, at least the local schools, a lot of them, they go back to school next week. So yeah, last minute stuff, just getting things situated, making sure everything's all the supplies and stuff. Yeah. Hi Dave. Howdy. Welcome. Yeah, next week in Ohio. Yeah, I mean it's funny because at least it used to be, I know some of the I worked with a lot of people who were in kind of New York or New Jersey, and I want to say it wasn't until after Labor Day that they went back to school, but maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, I mean, they're starting mid-August here, but I remember years ago, I remember it starting like the week before Labor Day. So it was kind of, you go to school for 5 days and then you have a 3-day weekend. It was kind of weird. Is this doing anything yet? It is still thinking. Still thinking. Yeah, so I am imaging for if for those who've just joined, I am imaging the what am I imaging? I'm running two Seestars. One is running, let me try to get to the right thing. One of them is running a series of, they're not really mosaics, but they're one by one mosaics, so just an image. Crescent Nebula, Iris Nebula, and then it's going to pause just in case one of these failed, and then it's going to start NGC 7006, which is a globular cluster. And it should be moving on, I think, fairly soon to NGC 7023. Now, the other telescope is imaging the Lagoon Nebula. It was originally kicked off in the Seestar ALP software. I ended up stopping it on the second image because I wanted to manually trigger autofocus because these stars seem wrong, but it claimed it was in focus, so maybe they're just, I don't know. But this is going to run for a bit, but at some point in less than a half an hour, this is going to go behind a building. Yeah, this is not electric EAA. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of frustrating that it didn't autofocus. Well, I shouldn't say it did. It could have if I would have told it to autofocus, but I don't know why sometimes it, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I do have a Batinoff mask. I should have, I need to use it again. I get lazy and I just use the built-in autofocus. But I do have a Batinoff mask and I really should use it. Got a Raspberry Pi. I'm going to set it up this weekend. Great. I'm about to, there's been a few little minor changes to the image I had originally done the video on. Some stuff just today. Let me see. Some of them were just documentation stuff, but there was also some kind of enhancements around configuration, updates to the twilight time logic. Some of this wouldn't apply if you're using the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, mostly it's the twilight logic went through an update. But this is running the very latest. I'm actually running this on this Pi. And I've created a new image. I'm only it hasn't been put out there, but I'm running it on this one. And so if I don't run into any issues tonight, I'm going to put the image out there tonight. So if you then set up, if you then go through the instructions and download the image, you'll be running the same image that I'm running right now. Long story short. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the image that is out there is fine. And honestly, that's another thing I need to test out. I just ended up creating a new image, but the way I created the image, there is an upgrade script. So, but that requires a command line. It's not that difficult. You just have to SSH into it and run this script that should update it. But I need to test that out on my specific image to make sure that there aren't any unexpected gotchas. But honestly, what I did with this one is I just blew away the old one and installed a new image. Yeah, I don't know. Does that even work to hook a USB drive Because I know when you plug a computer into the USB port on the Seestar, oh, on the Raspberry Pi, plug in a USB. I mean, where would you get the images from? You mean copying them off the Seestar onto the Raspberry Pi? I mean, yeah, that would definitely be faster. I mean, I don't have any Raspberry Pis around here set up like that. Actually, I have one over there. Yeah, I actually have a Raspberry Pi over there that's running it's booted off a SanDisk, like 0.5 terabyte SSD. I have the Raspberry Pi 4s, those are the latest I have. I also have some 3s and some really old ones. But if you get like the 5s, you can run NVMe. Although I think there's an NVMe hats for the 4. I think there was. Yeah. But the 5 has like that PCI kind of connector. But to be honest, I do have other plans for the Pi. Like right now, I have I have an image with Raspbian on it. Just the Raspberry Pi OS Lite, and I have the Seestar Alp software on there. But I want to install Raspberry Pi on here because I've used it before, and it basically, for those who haven't used it, it's a nice web driven. It turns your Raspberry Pi into a hotspot. And it has a nice web interface. It works great. And so I've thought about going ahead and burning that image on here as well, or making it. I have to figure out this. I'm still kicking around a few different ideas on how I want to do it. But my thought is, or maybe I'll have like a second image where you have both the Seestar LP and Raspberry Pi, and then you can use that like when you're out in the field as a hotspot for your Seestar, or actually what I was thinking of doing with mine is that Ethernet I was planning on running through the wall, maybe run the Raspberry Pi outside, or run the Raspberry Pi outside with the Seestar ALP software and Raspberry Pi. So it would act as an access point to the Seestars, and it would be controlling the Seestars, and it would be physically located outside in like a I have like all kinds of stuff right off camera, but like I have this kind of what do you call it, what do they call them, like a utility box. So it's weatherproof, and it has the cable flanges, kind of the clay, what do they call them? I can't remember the name. Anyway, it has, so basically you punch out one of these holes, run Ethernet through it. It'll help seal it so moisture doesn't get in. And then I could have this mounted outside, with like, it's just plastic. So wireless should go through it pretty nicely. And so it would be acting as both an access point for the Seestars and controlling them. That's kind of my current thinking. I have all the pieces to do it, but thank you. Cable glands. Yes. I was like, I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I was thinking of, it's like a gland, anyway, that's the term. Thank you. So how close does the Raspberry Pi, now, how close does it have to be? Yeah, wait, so yeah, the NVMEs are very fast. How close does the Raspberry Pi have to be to the Seestar? I mean, if the Raspberry Pi is acting as an access point, I would try to get it as close as possible. Since I'm not using it that way right now, they're both on the same wireless network. I mean, this Raspberry Pi is just connecting to an access point that's here, and then the Seestars are connecting to the same access point. So they can be, I've been running it where they'll, if the Raspberry Pi is far from the access point, I've had it where, maybe it was like 30 feet to the access point, like both the telescopes and the controller were 30 feet away. But if it's acting as an access point, because it's got a kind of a fairly weak radio, so I wouldn't want to have it too far away. So I'll probably have it mounted on outside the house, and it would be like 5 feet away. So it should be plenty fast. You just started testing live stacking on a directory that already had images, but it would only process new ones that came in after it started live stacking. That's interesting. That's good to know, though. So you would have to get it running before you got any images, or you wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be part of the live stack. That's good to know. 300 feet. Yeah, I mean, I have been 50 feet away, connected directly to the Seestar from my phone through the house. And so it was iffy, but it was able to hold the connection. It wasn't able to reliably connect. I'd have to get up and kind of walk over. Like I was on opposite ends of the house. I was able to walk over and kind of connect, and then I was able to go back to another room, and it kept the connection. Raw files option. If you're talking about the Seestar, yeah, it's the it's fit files are the raw ones. So you have to go into the settings, advanced, and save each frame in enhancing, and then you'll end up with these fit files, and in this subdirectory, that might take a while to load, but basically you'll end up with a ton of .fit files, and those are raw. Does Serial Live Stack only target fit files? If it's running the house Wi, if it's running on the house Wi, would you mount it on the Seestar? Would you mount it? I mean, right now, the way I have this, the way I'm working right now, the Seestar and the Raspberry Pi are on the house Wi-Fi. And I'm connected to the drive on the Seestar over the house Wi-Fi. The problem is it's a bit too far, and so the signal's a bit weak. So I've been thinking about having the Seestars, instead of connecting to the house Wi-Fi, have them connected to the Raspberry Pi, which is on the same LAN. It'll be on the same LAN, but it'll be a different SSID just for the Seestars. And it would be through the Raspberry Pi that's sitting outside, or will be sitting outside. For the initial connection, it needs Bluetooth, but I've found that a lot of times, like if it's reconnecting to the same telescope and it's on the same network, like this one, for example, I brought up this app, and I've had this happen with the iOS app as well. I'll have connected to one of them over the house network, and it initially had to do the Bluetooth, and then it connected. But then, so long as it's already on the house, so long as they're both already on the same network before you start the app, so long as your phone and the telescope are on the same network before you start the app, if you previously had connected to that telescope, it'll I think remember and just go ahead and try to reconnect. And so it won't actually need Bluetooth, because I'll be out of Bluetooth range, and I just bring up the app. Now, sometimes, I don't know if it expires or something, or it definitely ends up being a problem if I have to switch telescopes, because then it's like it needs Bluetooth, and then it won't work. Hi, Mr. Django. Um, so the JPEGs are, it depends. So if you go look in the subframe directories, it's too bad I don't have one that has less images in it. But if you look at these subframe directories, they have, each subframe has a fit file and a JPEG and a thumb JPEG for each of the subframes. And apparently that's for the apps, because when you go in and you pick my album and then look at the Seestar, I shouldn't have probably done that, but it'll show you, I definitely shouldn't. It'll show you like all the frames, or you can go in and like look at all the frames here, but it's not actually reading the fit files. It's reading those JPEGs. So if you look at the subdirectory, it's the subframes, and it has the fit and the JPEGs, but then the stacked directories do as well. So let me find, like, here's a stacked directory, and the non-subdirectory is the stacked directory. Again, the Wi-Fi is slow. So the live stacking only uses fit files. That's good. That is very good. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, so the JPEGs are not, they're not necessarily stacked. It whether it's stacked or not depends on whether it's in the subdirectory or the non-subdirectory. The non-subdirectory are the stacked files, but it has the stacked image in both JPEG and FIT formats. If it ever would load, I would show it. Actually, maybe on this one. Okay, I already had it on this one. So here's an example. M16. This was from today. It has a JPEG, a thumb JPEG, and then the FIT file version. And these are all stacked and it even says stacked. It was 54 frames. But then if you look at the M16 subdirectory, it has like all the subframes. And see, each one has the thumbnail, the FIT, and the JPEG. So really stack versus non-stack. It's in the ones that don't have sub. The FIT, I mean, the FIT is just a raw format, as it were. I guess you could say a raw format. It's a linear, yeah, it's effectively a raw format. It's just that's the image that's the file format. If you're going to process it manually, like in Serial, you can kind of work with either the pre-stacked FIT file that the Seestar creates, or you just grab the individual subframes from this directory, just grab all the FIT files, and then stack them and process them in Serial. So you can do either. But the FIT files are definitely the ones you would process. But if you just, like, sometimes the image that comes off the telescope is pretty decent and you just want to quickly share it, like the JPEG, like when you share it from inside the app, it's sharing the JPEG. But yeah, this is still going. Oh, this is, oh, I'm not thinking. The reason the stars were bloated was because I was zoomed in. Of course they were bloated. My second kind of brain glitch today. But that's looking nice. The Lagoon Nebula. Let me have more caffeine. But yeah. But yeah, so one thing I've been No, what I'm saying is it's the JPEG isn't stacked. It's, if anything, it's kind of processed in a way where it's more, you don't need special purpose software to look at it, but it's a lossy conversion. The raw image is really the fit file, and the stacked one is in these directories that don't have sub on them. That's where the stacked, I mean, it even names the file stacked. So these are basically three variations of the same information. This is the raw data, and then this is a full-size JPEG and a thumbnail JPEG. Good night, Jovi. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. And so drizzle for hire. Yes, you can drizzle. Now, I've seen some really great results people have done on using PixInsight. Now, Cyril has drizzle, but in the current released version 1.2, it's not a real drizzle. It's kind of, it is an upscaling, but it's not a real drizzle. So in the alpha version in the code, they have new logic, they have a new drizzle, and they renamed the old one old drizzle, I think. But the new drizzle is a real drizzle, but it's only in the development version. So like I've played around with it a little bit, but I had to compile the software myself. And I do want to revisit it because I've seen some great results from people drizzling in PixInsight and producing some really high quality images on the Seestar of things that you wouldn't, resolving things you wouldn't think it would be able to resolve. But I haven't had a chance to spend as much time. And then the other problem is the computer I compiled it on. It's a Linux computer I have, and it's kind of underpowered. I mean, it's a nice little computer, but not for image processing. And so I need to get it on a faster computer and really try it out more. But yes, you can drizzle and you can get better results. And I've seen some really good results. I mean, people who had like a large amount of integration time on a specific target. But let me actually look. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see. Oh, wait. Was it this one? No, it wasn't this one. Let me see. What was it? Let me see. No. Well, let me see if I can find it. Is this the one? What did they? Yeah, like, this isn't the one I've seen, and I presume they used drizzle on this, but this was taken with a Seestar M51, and they processed it in PixInsight. But there's another one I saw that's similar, or maybe even a little, I don't know if it's better, but it was pretty impressive, and it was all done it was done with the Seestar and drizzling. Yeah, I had a trial of PixInsight, but it expired, and I really haven't had a chance to revisit it. Yeah, that is. I mean, well, not not me personally. I mean, my skills aren't up to that level. Some of the photos in Astrobin are pretty impressive, but yeah, I mean, PixInsight it's got a steep learning curve, and I mean, if you get PixInsight with all the plugins, it costs almost as much as the Seestar, um, which like I say, I had a trial of it, but I haven't bought it yet. Um, but it is powerful, and yeah, a lot of some of the people who do the a lot of people who do astrophotography, it's like you spend more time after the image, um, processing it, because there's like a lot of different tools. I mean, for different, you could use different tools for different steps in the process. So you might use one program for doing the stacking and one for noise reduction, one for gradient removal, or you might do it all in one piece of software, but it's still kind of like a pipeline of steps you have to go through. A lot of times I end up just getting a little lazy. I've been trying to be a bit better about going through my backlog, but yeah, I haven't quite gotten to this level, but there have been a few. I don't know if it was this one, but I was actually pleasantly pleased that I actually did start getting some of the blue, kind of accents, and I was able to get some. I was able to stretch it in a way that I was able to accent certain details in the galaxy. Um, yeah, no processor here. Yeah, I mean yeah, I mean it's a rabbit hole unto itself. But yeah, I've looked at some of the results, and there's some Seestar Discord servers and like Facebook groups and stuff where people post things, and they're really spectacular. And you know, just so you don't like, you can be, hold on a second. You can be sure that there isn't like shenanigans going on, because people post the raw data set, and so you can, or what people do with some of these is they like a bunch of people will pool all their data. Like they'll take photos of M51 and just create like a mega stack where, you know, it's like dozens of hours of data, and so you can process it and have some really impressive results. Um, yeah, but yeah, process. Wait, okay. Good night. Oh, from Belgium. Well, yeah, it's late there. um, oh, it's early. It's early. But yeah, well, have a good day in Belgium. Um, process the photo of your flowers. Flowers? I mean, I sometimes I have spent a bit too much time on tweaking things. Yeah, doesn't always work. But yeah, it's but it is impressive, some of the results people have been able to get. But especially with some of the techniques like drizzling, where you're kind of synthesizing, uh, or kind of interpolating, synthesizing kind of extra resolution, and then just by getting a large amount of data and processing it a certain way, and kind of being able to kind of get more contrast out of it, out of the objects, um, and maybe separate some of the colors and do like a, you know, kind of like an HOO kind of synthesized. Um, and I know some people, they'll do, like the Seestar has a built-in light pollution filter, but they'll shoot some frames with, they'll shoot the same target with light pollution and without light pollution filter. And then they can, get maybe certain details more. But yeah, it's definitely definitely a rabbit hole. The problem I have is just because I can't image targets. Um, yeah, stacks. Yeah, sometimes, and because I have such bad light pollution, I have, again, Bortle 9. And because if I shoot over multiple nights, because I have such restricted sky, I have too many obstructions. I get weird gradients, and it's really hard sometimes to fix. And then if I don't get enough data, if I start pushing it too much, I get weird artifacts because like there still was a gradient that it wasn't fully removed, or because it averaged out like a few different gradients were combined on the final stack, and then it ends up like even harder to remove. Yeah. Yeah. The Seestar might have several yeah, that would be nice. Um, I did that. There are, people will 3D print. Actually, let me see what this is doing. Oh, did it stop on its own? Oh, that's interesting. So I stopped this and I restarted it, but the scheduler was still running, and I guess it thought it was still running, so it stopped it. It stopped it for me. Okay. I should schedule something different now. But basically, what was I saying? Yeah, so one thing I've done is, like, I have some light pollution filters, and there are people have, you can buy them on Etsy, or you can print them yourself, but like 3D printed adapters for the Seestar where you can put like a 2-inch filter on it. And I've thought about doing that because I have like dual narrow band filters, and I've debated trying it on some targets, maybe to just get extra data on a target. Is it real or art? That is the question, and that's, you definitely get into debates where people are like saying it's like oversaturated, and then, there different people have different philosophies on that, I guess. Like some people, I've seen images that were very highly processed, and they were interesting and maybe even pleasing, but definitely maybe polarizing for people too. Some people don't want it too processed, but yeah. Is it real or art? Yes, probably both. Sometimes. Yeah. 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 Over Boston, I have to go up to Maine because over my house I have planes flying. Yeah, I'm on the glide path, or I'm on one of the approaches to Hobby Airport in Houston, and it's like what Southwest flies into there, so it's like tons of planes all throughout. I mean, they usually stop after a certain time in the evening, like, or they kind of taper off. But yeah, right after sunset, it can be going right through the or I mean, at the beginning of twilight, it might just be going right through the frame. Yeah, so I have done planetary imaging. The only problem is, the only thing to be aware of, I mean, for me, planets are a bit too small. Like, I don't think I have anything easy to get to. Actually, maybe I do. Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up real quickly without doxing myself. No, I had like a photo of, it wasn't even like my location. It was something that, anyway, let me see. What folder is it? I have way too many folders here. Okay, got it. Seestar. So let me see if I can. Wait a second. Hold on. Sorry. I'm trying to. Trying to find. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, the problem is a lot of times they're kind of small. Yeah, here's one. Like, sorry, I'm trying to. Why can't I? How do I hide the sidebar? Sidebar. Where do I shut off the sidebar? Show explore view. Show. That's annoying. But okay, I'll do this. So here's a photo I took of the Seestar a few months ago of Jupiter. And you can see, I mean, you can see bands on it, but the problem is like, this is really as close as you can get. Now, if you do a video, and I've seen people take like videos of planets and then try to do lucky imaging on it and got a bit better resolution, but ultimately the Seestar is kind of limited in how tight it can get. I mean, I've gotten Jupiter and I've gotten kind of the moons of Jupiter in a frame. Let me see if I can find it. Find one where I did that. Like I say, I've done it a bit, but let me see. Yeah, because I see some videos I took, but I don't see anywhere I actually have. Oh, yeah. So here's one where I kind of overexposed Jupiter because to try to get some of the moons of Jupiter. And this, like, I think they've made some adjustments to the planetary mode, but I haven't really played around with it that much. I mean, I've done some work with it, but it, again, I've gotten good results with like the moon and the sun, of course. Like, and there were clouds here, so it wasn't even that crisp. And I've seen some good results where, again, people take a video and then they'll process it and contrast it, enhance it, and get some really nice results of the sun. But ultimately, planets are they're kind of, yeah, did Jupiter, it was very bad. Yeah. yeah, that's, I mean, yeah, it just doesn't have the magnification. Yeah, all the JST is art. I mean, there is some science behind it, but yeah, a lot of it is, and I mean, because a lot of it's infrared, and so really, and the same thing with Hubble and some of the other professional stuff. It's infrared, so I mean, they're trying to be scientifically accurate as far as like representing infrared with a certain color, but it's not the color it is because you can't even see it. Yeah. But yeah, it's yeah, so I haven't really had great luck with planetary on with the Seestar. I mean, I've been very happy with the moon and sun photos. I mean, like, it makes it so easy. Like, just take a photo of the moon, kind of at twilight, and but and the framing is great. Like the framing is just right for the moon, but planets, yeah, it's not so good. Yeah, and even if like you zoom in on the moon a little bit, and sure, it's maybe not as crisp, but it's not bad. I mean, honestly. I mean, and this, you can tell this is just right out of the telescope. Like this is, I mean, it's got the watermark on it. Like this is what I got out of the telescope. No processing beyond whatever the telescope did. And I've seen some people use scenery mode and produce some interesting photos, but I haven't really used scenery mode. Yeah, like this was another one I took with the Seestar. I rotated it 90 degrees and cropped out the watermark, but I'm pretty pleased with that. I mean, considering the amount of effort I had to put into it, and since I'd put the Seestar out anyway because I was going to do other things, because like right after that I was like like I was imaging the moon, and then just a few minutes later I'm like imaging a star cluster. So it's but yeah, I definitely not yeah, I'm just kind of going through all my photos to see. I mean, one thing that was cool, I mean, you can't really see anything, but I was happy, not happy, but I'd never imaged Neptune before. And it's like trivial. You just kind of say, go to Neptune, go there. And it's, let me see if I can. No, I can't find. When was that? December 10th, maybe? Let me see, December. One thing I was pretty impressed with, I had never successfully done this before, but I was able to get a month ago, 2 months ago, I was able to take a photo of a 37-hour moon. So it was like a day and a half after new moon. And the sun was still up when I took this photo, I think. It was just about to set. And how many Seestars are in use out there? There I think there's I don't know. I mean, sometimes manufacturers have have serial numbers, and so you can figure it out, but I'm not sure. It definitely seems like there's quite a few people who have them. Since this telescope is not running, this schedule is not running. Now this one, is this still running? It's still running. That's good. So it's still running on the Iris Nebula, but this other one is idle. So I need to fix that. Oh, I could do some time on the Pac-Man Nebula. And I had a note here about M24. Let me see. I have a bunch of things. Nope. Oh, wait, no. Oh, it's about to go out of view. Oh, yeah, right. Sagittarius Starcloud. I already was thinking about that. And then I mentioned it earlier, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that tonight. So I'm going to do the Pac-Man Nebula, NGC 281. And then I think, I was going to image Pluto, but I don't think that's going to be visible for another hour. Let me see. I mean, if you don't have obstructions like I do, it is visible right now, but because of the obstruction, so it won't be for another hour that I can image Pluto. After getting a quiz, you know, that's cool. I mean, it is kind of a little addictive. That's the first one I imaged is not. It's 3C273. Oh, it's Yeah, it's kind of low right now. Um, but this is maybe one of the brightest quasars in what do you call it, in apparent brightness, not in absolute brightness, but it is actually pretty bright in absolute brightness. But it's I don't even remember what magnitude it is, but I think it was the first quasar that was discovered. 3C273. Um, uh, Temperature 10 trillion degrees. That's crazy. Yeah, so the apparent visual magnitude is almost 12.9. That's not too that's not too bad. Like I think with I don't know how big of a telescope, if you're in sufficiently dark skies, I think you can see it without like with your naked eye through like an 8-inch telescope, I think. Maybe smaller. Um but yeah, it's that one is relatively close. It's 2.4 billion light years away. So it's a definitely a good the problem is now it's kind of low in the sky, but that was the first one I imaged a couple months ago cuz I guess when I started getting on this kick, I found a distant galaxy kind of accidentally in one of my images, and I figured it was like 900 million light years away. And so then it kind of triggered an old memory. I'm like, oh right, I remember seeing an ad for like a C8, a Celestron 8-inch telescope, and they were like, oh, you could see a quasar. And so I was like, what quasar was that? Because I didn't have the ad in front of me, and so I looked at it, and I'm like, I think it was this one. Um, yeah, it's the visually brightest quasar in the sky. Uh, so this one's a great one to take an image of. It's really easy, um, and it's where is it located? Well, now it's near the moon, and it's like at this exact moment, it's I think below the horizon. Um, yeah, it's below the horizon, but still, it's a cool one. And there's other ones that are a little fainter that are farther, and some aren't even that far. Some are like, I shouldn't say they aren't that far. I mean, they're like maybe a billion light years away instead of like the ones I had imaged that were, like 8, 10, 12 billion light years away. But it's cool. And I mean, I guess I get a kick just from the concept that like the light that came from this thing and that my little telescope captured, that light's been traveling across the universe for billions of years. I get a kick out of that. Um, when am I going to get a Celestron Origin? It's not in. I'm not. It's not in the budget for me. Um, I wouldn't turn one down. If I got a review one, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. But I mean, it was an intriguing it is an intriguing telescope. I like the fact that it's a 6-inch. Um, it's a 6-inch, so it's bigger, it's higher resolution. Um, um, but it's $4,000. Slight detail, but it's cool and it's a fast. It's f2.2, 6-inch. It's kind of cool, but yeah, not in the cards anytime soon. But it looks interesting, and unlike, I mean, it's a lot for a telescope, but I know the one thing that makes me a little less skeptical of it, I guess, as far as if one were to get it, the camera is removable, so it should be upgradable eventually. Um, Whereas, the Seestar, the camera is like deeply embedded in it, so it's not like you can just upgrade it. But it's 1/8 the price. But it's a cool telescope. Although part of me would be, it would, if I were going to go this route, I'd be tempted to just get like an 8-inch Celestron and like a, I don't know, Tube Tech camera or ZWO camera and an ASI Air and kind of roll my own smart telescope from it. But it's cool. That's a bummer. Literally cloudy or rainy nights in July to now. And the day you got clear sky. Oh, and the aurora. Yeah. I mean, for me, yeah, we had a lot of rainy weather here, and we had a hurricane, but even before then, it seemed like the only times it would be clear, it was either cloudy or or the moon was fairly full. So it was like, it was kind of, the clear nights were bad anyway. So that's cool. Yeah. Unfortunately, it was cloudy here that when people in Texas did see the aurora, I didn't because it was cloudy. Interesting. BH1. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. 1500 light years away. And the apparent magnitude of the star is 13.7. That's easily achievable. I know there was somebody on the on one of the Discord servers, they were talking about imaging not black holes, white dwarfs. And I mean, that is one nice thing about, like, there's several nice things about the Seestar ALP software. But one of the things I like particularly is when you're setting up a new object, which reminds me, I should start figuring out what I want to image with this one, since this one is done. But when you're picking an image or a target, this functionality here where it does the lookup, it's using the Simbad database, which has a lot of things in it. Like you can, I think there's I don't know if it's been released yet or if it's a beta version of the Seestar app, the one that ZWO created, or the native app or whatever, the one that comes, that's for the telescope as opposed to this third-party open source. They have the Atlas, the Sky Atlas in here, and you're kind of limited. So I can go in here and I can go, let me go search. And if I go 3C273, doesn't know what it is. Because it only has like, I mean, it has Messier objects, NGC objects, IC objects, but it doesn't have like a ton. I mean, it has a decent amount, but then some more obscure things it doesn't have. And the new version, I think it might be a beta version, has the ability to define custom objects. So you could define a new object, enter the coordinates, but because this was set up to use Simbad, which is like a very comprehensive kind of Sky Atlas, and you hit search, it came up with the coordinates for it. So that's one thing I really like about this. Actually, let me see. Let me look up that Gaia. I wonder if I could just type this in. That would be hilarious. Oops. Will it actually find it? Nope, didn't find it. But at the very least, it's pretty easy to just kind of copy and paste the coordinates in. But a lot of other things, like you saw, I was able to just kind of plug in that quasar and it was able to image it. So that is one thing I really like about this software, is it's kind of easier to take images of more obscure things. like especially with some of those quasars where otherwise it's kind of a pain in the, like you'll kind of look for a galaxy that's nearby. Like in the case of the Blaze Star, like there's an icy galaxy nearby. So you, like within the same field of view. So you look that up in the Seestar Atlas and you can go to it and it's fine. But there's other times where there's nothing in the frame. And so before I was using the Seestar Alp software, I would kind of look at stellarium and then I'd kind of go to a target that was maybe a degree away in the sky and then kind of manually kind of adjust things in the app and then kind of look at the star field and until I got where it needed to be. But now it's really easy. We can just kind of point it at something. But yeah, I like this. I want to try to image this black hole, this candidate black hole. Yeah, for the origins price, you might as well go for a RASA 8. That was actually what I was thinking of. Or I've thought about like getting a, I mean, part of me is tempted. I'd be tempted to get a C8 with like a what is this, Starizona, what is it, the Starizona, what is it called, Hyperstar. Yeah, the Hyperstar. I'd be tempted to get the Hyperstar. So that way you'd have your C8, your Celestron 8, in default, and without the Hyperstar, you could image, you get a good focal ratio. So if you're looking at planets or other, kind of smaller targets, you get that kind of reach. But then if you're doing bigger field, you want to do fast photography, you have, you put the Hyperstar on and then you get a nice, wide, fast field. So that's, part of me's been leaning towards that kind of a thing. Maybe even getting a used C8. I don't know, a used C8 and a Hyperstar. And then kind of, then I have flexibility where, like if I want to image planets, and even like, let me see, did I do that? Where, let me look up, Jupiter. Yeah, so I like putting in the different fields, or programming in like different telescopes and stuff. So here, this is the Seestars frame, and here's Jupiter, and you really, I mean, you can even see here, you're not really getting much of Jupiter. Like when you start zooming in, you can start seeing, the moons, but it's small. But if I were to get like no, let me not look at the sensor. If I were to go look at like a C8, I have it somewhere in here. Yeah, well, this is a Mead 8, but like, but this is with a small sensor. But if I'm using full frame, I mean, it's still fairly small, but or if I use a smaller sensor, like I think this one's I think that's a fairly small sensor. Yeah, this is a smaller one. So you're getting you're definitely getting more magnification in the frame. I mean, Jupiter is much bigger in the frame. Like I can see side to side, and yet, and this would be default like C8. I mean, this is a Mead in here, but it would be the same idea. And if you throw a 2x Barlow in there, you're getting even tighter into Jupiter. And so you'd have that flexibility, but then you can also put the Hyperstar in and go and have kind of like that RASA, like wide field, fast exposure. Yeah. So that is something, speaking of which, yeah, next week, don't forget the conjunction of, Mars and Jupiter. They're kind of far apart right now, but I mean, not that far apart. They're getting closer, but next week they'll be very close to each other. Like if I go back to the Seestar, we go back to the Seestar and the Seestar sensor. Yeah, they'll be in the same field on the Seestar. You'll be able to see that. And that's next week on the 14th. So it'll be here. Hopefully it'll be clear. One can hope. Let me see. What? Oh, is Pluto? Pluto is probably still not visible. Yeah. But it's getting close. So let me look. What else am I going to... Because I have an idle telescope and I need to fix that. And actually the other one I think has moved. It should have moved on now to... wait. I went right back to the same one. Yeah, it's on the last target. So it is now imaging NGC 7006, which is a globular cluster. And it'll probably be finishing soon, actually. Oh, no. I had it start at 11:25. So it'll run for 15 minutes. So it'll be done in about 10 minutes. So let me go look at... Let me get something going on this one. I was going to do Pac-Man. Definitely going to do Pac-Man. Yeah, the coma corrector reducer. Yeah, I mean that was another thing I had thought about actually was just getting a Dobsonian with like not a huge one, but not a like I mean for Dobsonian, you know, yeah, get an 8-inch or so and have like a tracking mount. Now it's not like a equatorial mount, but still I've seen some interesting results from those. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I need to get a better camera for my my one refractor that I have. Maybe I'll be able to do it before fall. So when I start getting the winter targets, yeah, with an edge, Celestron edge, that would be cool. Yeah, maybe at some point I'll go that route. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm gonna do Pac-Man. And how long do I want to do that one for? Let me see where it is. Just making sure that I don't have any obstructions coming up. Okay. All right. So Pac-Man Nebula. Yeah, it should be good to go. So maybe I'll do a full half hour on that one. Let me see what the field rotation looks like. Yeah, that's over an hour. A little, you know, some field rotation, not as bad as it could be. So maybe I'll do 45 minutes. I'll do 45 minutes, and the other one will be finishing before too long. And really, I'm tempted to just kind of only run this item, this target on this telescope for now, because then it'll be after midnight, and that's when I have a bunch of things that I want to try to start imaging. They all start becoming visible just around midnight here. Yeah, this is good to go, so I will kick that off. That is running. This is on the last thing, so let me go look. Bring up the live view. Again, I need to fix it so I can view it in the app. 10-inch with Hyperstar. What is STLS? Another galaxy. Yeah, the problem is a lot of the galaxies. I mean, I'm going to do Andromeda I'm definitely doing Andromeda, but it's almost visible. So NGC 6188. That's a good question. Let me check. Um, oh, Rim Nebula Dragons. That's an interesting name. Dragons of Era. Nope. Nope. It's I don't. Let me see if it. I mean, it's kind of late, but let's see if it even was ever visible. No. See, it's really low in my sky, and this is my horizon. I mean, so this is the actual horizon, but this is what I can see because of buildings around me. You can see it's really like kind of the fisheye view looking straight up. Like I can see, what is that, like a quarter of the sky, um, and mostly kind of on a line almost north south, not definitely not much to the west. And the problem is that, I mean, that looks interesting, but unfortunately it's really low in my sky, and too low. Like, what is the altitude? Yeah, it's only 11 degrees above the horizon. Yeah. It doesn't look like it ever gets particularly high. It's like Omega Centauri, where it does, like, theoretically I can image it if I were in a dark area in near here, but it's pretty low. It never gets too high in the sky. Okay. Oh, right. Sky Tour Live. Did I did I actually look that up? Let me look. I swear somebody, I don't know if, yeah, maybe you mentioned it yesterday, because I actually have a tab here, Sky Tour live stream, that I was going to look at it. I was going to check it out. Yeah, I mean, I think that was the other thing. I mean, because the thing with the Seestars, they're so portable that sometimes when I'm pulling out other things, other telescopes, I'm just like, oh. And so I had been thinking that, yeah, maybe I didn't want to get too carried away. And to be fair, I guess part of it is I've been able to push the Seestar so far that I, I think, I think an 8-inch would be fine. But that's good to know that the 10-inch definitely seems like a bit much. um, and then but I always like looking at the ads where you see like and I think I've seen them at like star parties and stuff where somebody had like either an 11 or 14-inch. It was amazing, but it's like I would not want to move that. um, Especially some of the old mounts. Like, yeah, I remember seeing one. What was it? Somebody had yeah, like some of the giant refractors, and they had like which one was it? Like one of them really massive mounts. Um, what was the guy? Uh, Let me see. Let me see. Um, uh, Hold on. No, I'm not finding it, but yeah, I've seen some like massive rigs, and I'm just like, I would not want to be moving that around. Okay, so this is going to be wrapping up soon. So I need to start thinking about what next. What next? Yeah, you can start seeing Pac-Man in there. It's kind of faint still, but it's getting there. Let me see. Let me adjust the time to be correct. NGC 8001. That isn't 8001. Oh, did I not wait long enough? Are those even NGC numbers? 100 inch, 100 inch. Yeah, yeah. The Seestar, it's yeah. There's I definitely sometimes don't want to carry anything too big out. What was it? What was it? There was it was back in the kind of large format. I mean, it was a slightly different thing, but it reminds me of that. The large format photography, like the old, you know, bellows cameras, the 4x5 or 8x10 kind of old plate cameras. I don't know if it was a guy who did one of those, but like I want to say it was somebody who did landscape photos with, maybe I'm misremembering it, but it was like back, you know, 50 years ago or something. And he was saying there was nothing what was it? Nothing scenic, nothing photogenic more than 100 feet from his car. Like basically he wasn't going to lug all his gear. He wasn't going to lug his gear up like and go hiking with it to try to get a photo of a mountain. It had to be something he could just get it out of his car and go walk a short distance. Otherwise, nothing was photogenic and nothing was worth taking photos of that were further. Um, but yeah, that's the way I feel sometimes with the telescope. It's like, and so like that alone has been great. Like there's targets I could have captured in the past that I never bothered because like I wouldn't want to drag it out the telescope for just that thing. But the Seestar, it's like you throw it out in the backyard a few minutes later. Like even before I had this Seestar ALP, I was just doing it through the app. I'd have like an hour, like in the spring, I'd have this hour or 2 hour window where I knew it would be clear, and then like clouds were supposed to roll in at some point, and so I just like put the telescope out. I wouldn't have done that before, and that's like for me, a lot of that is because of the alt azimuth. I mean, that's a big factor for me. And so I've debated, and I've had this discussion with other people. I've debated, if I were to go with a larger rig or a more expensive large rig, I'd be tempted to try to do an alt azimuth rig. Because they have like field rotators or derotators. But then that starts getting expensive. But there's a simplicity where you're not having to do polar alignment. Anywho, so I got one thing. I got Pac-Man running. And what else? Got Pac-Man running. Oh, this finished. It finished. Actually, I'm tempted. Let me go look. So this was 7006. NGC 7006. Not on this one. Yeah, here. I wanted to see this one because this was a suggestion. And it was a it's like the chat was 3 minutes behind. I just got a burst of chat, so let me answer them. Do you use 2030 exposures? No, I don't personally. I know people who do, and I think with it depends on the target. If you have it in equatorial mode, if you run your Seestar in equatorial mode, okay, Tech Gamer, good night. Let me so Tech Gamer, good night. Thanks for joining so the 20 30 second exposures. I haven't. If you have equatorial, it makes a lot of sense. With the software you can actually you can go in and set non-standard values. So like the stacking exposure length is in milliseconds. You can put other numbers in here. There are people who have put 60 seconds in here, like 60,000 milliseconds, and it worked fine. They were in equatorial mode though, but they got good results from that. It started acting weird past that, even though it would take much larger values. It seemed to have issues. They said after 70 seconds or so. One of the reasons why I haven't really tried it is it depends on where the object is in the sky, how much field rotation it has. And I think I figured most of the stuff I take images of have too much, sometimes way too much field rotation. And plus my skies are really bad from a light pollution point of view. So I've thought about, so I haven't tried it. Is that it? Supposedly there's a globular cluster. Is that just that small? Yeah, I think I need to reprocess this, but I think that's the globular cluster. NGC 7006. Cool. Let's see. So, oh yeah, you had a 4x5 on a 10-inch. Wow. I actually have a 4x5 camera. It's an antique. I mean, I bought it from a camera store. It was an antique when I bought it, but it's a speed graphic. I mean, takes Polaroids or mostly because I wanted to have a 4x5 camera. But one of these, I have one of these. Well, this is a 2x3, but same idea. Here's a 4x5. I have one of those sitting around. Maybe at some point I'll put it. I have a cabinet, not a cabinet, some shelves that I need to assemble, and I've thought about kind of changing things around here and having some stuff kind of more on screen. And I've thought about bringing that camera up here. I don't know. What is the closest target to your center that we can look around for you to? I'm not sure what do you mean by that? About what the closest target? Oh, a Yashica. Yeah, I think I have a Yashica too. Like I have a twin lens reflex camera somewhere, but again, I bought it used. That said, I do have some cameras that were purchased new in the early 80s, but yeah, nothing before that was purchased new. What was I? Oh, so one telescope is done. And yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a shame it got, I'm not even going to go into it, but we used to have like a Kodak Brownie, which is from the 40s or 50s, but, the camera I was talking about was one of these, a Graflex speed graphic. It's, one of these. I have one of these, and I have a lens. I mean, I have it in the other room. I have one of the lenses in the other room. I think it's in the other room, and I have the film cartridge. I have a Polaroid back for it. But yeah, I had one of these, and there was a kind of a, not quite a Formula One, but there was some kind of race like that, and they were doing kind of time trials, and there weren't many people around because it wasn't the day of the race. And anyway, I went out and I was taking photos with this camera using the Polaroid back. And I remember some kid was there with his dad, and his dad was watching the race cars, but the kid was fixated on the camera. Like the camera was more interesting to him. Like, what is that thing? Um, yeah, but this is a I like these cameras. I mean, it's an interesting camera, and kind of technically advanced for the time. Like it had different ways of focusing, different ways of framing. It had a viewfinder. You also had this pop-up thing that you could use for kind of visually framing your photo. It had focus guides. It has like a little indicator here on the bottom so you can figure out, okay, I'm 15 feet away from the subject. I mean, people use them there's a lot of famous photos that we're taking with this kind of camera back in the mid 20th century. But anyway, but yeah, it's pretty cool. And I think like you can look up how old it is based on the serial number, and I think I figured mine is from like 1947 or 48. So it still works fine. Camera still works fine. I mean, it's mechanical. It's got a mechanical shutter, and it still works. So let's get on. It's getting towards midnight. Let me go look. Okay, so Pac-Man is going on one of them. I had a note about, no. I need to see if any of these are visible yet. If any of these other ones that I have listed for after midnight, let me see if they're actually visible now. I do want to try to get this NGC object, but I'm not going to be able to do it here, but I've made notes about things that if I go to a dark sky location, I want to try to image. Oh, that's right. So I was talking about the Heart Nebula, and I might do a mosaic for that one, but let me start looking. Didn't mean that. Okay. Let me see. Pluto. Pluto. Let's try Pluto. Pluto. Okay. Let me get to the current time. Okay. Oh, it's so close. Which one is this one? This is M75, which was on my list actually to try. Actually, darn it. Barnard's Galaxy. Let me look at this. Darn it. I should have checked this earlier. Okay. I need to do this immediately. How much longer do I have for this? Okay, I can probably get half an hour out of it. I forgot about this one. It's I think a dwarf galaxy. Part of me is tempted to, let me stop the Pac-Man nebula. Okay, so I'm gonna stop this one. I'm gonna stop it, and I'm gonna clear this. And I want to immediately go to Barnard's Galaxy. I think I tried this galaxy before, but 822? Okay. Let me make sure it actually stopped here. The reason I'm doing it on this telescope is because I want to be able to see this. Let me see. Dang it. Okay, so 6822, and I'm going to do half an hour. And I'm not going to do, because it's a galaxy, I'm not going to do light pollution filter. Now, I also have a note about 6907. That is not visible yet. M75 is visible, and that's a globular. So I'll do, is it going to be visible for another hour? Yes. So I will do Barnard's Galaxy, and because I haven't done M75, actually that I only need half an hour. I mean 15 minutes for that. And then I have M2. M2, not visible. M15. M15 is visible right now. So I'll do M15. Wait. Okay. M15. I had accidentally deleted it. Okay, 900 seconds, 900 seconds. Okay. So let me schedule these three real quick. Okay. I've got that. I've got M75. M75 for 900 and M15 for 900. Okay. M75 for half an hour. I mean, 15 minutes. And then M15. And that's right. Submit. NGC. What was it? Let me double check. Barnard's Galaxy. NGC 6822 for half an hour, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. I'm just going to go ahead and go with that. The main one I'm most interested in is this Barnard's Galaxy. Barnard. Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in this one. Dwarf Galaxy. And it's 8th magnitude, so I should be able to start getting exposures from that. Let's look at that. It's identifying. Great. That's going. Let me see what the other one is doing. This one is done. We already figured that one was done, so let me clear that out. So are these times on target or the complete stack? So these are it. There's some initial time that isn't part of that. So moving to the target doesn't count the kind of the go to the target. So if it's having to like adjust, that doesn't count against that time. And if you trigger an autofocus, like there's a checkbox in here where you can trigger an autofocus, that does not count against the time. But that time, the total session time is basically from when it starts imaging to when it stops. So if you're getting a high rejection rate, a high frame failure rate, you're not going to necessarily have that much time, data. So if you image for, like I'm imaging for half an hour, I might get 20 minutes of frames from it. It'll have tried for half an hour, but it may not actually get that much. Now, when you do mosaics, it's the total across all panels. So if you have 10 panels and you have the session time as an hour, it's only going to spend 6 minutes on each panel. So you have to kind of figure out how much time are you shooting for, and then multiply that by the number of panels. So I'll do like 1 hour, 2 hour mosaics, just to get like, if I have a 3x3, or if I have a 6-panel mosaic and I do 20 minutes per panel, I have to go for 2 hours. So that's the total session time. But like some of the steps in between don't count against that time. So like the moving between panels, I think doesn't count. Definitely for individual targets, it doesn't count. And the focus time doesn't count. Control room at Mauna Kea. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So what was I? Okay. So this one I need to figure out something for. So it is midnight. At least here it is. And we can look at the sky. Oh. Huh. Okay. It wasn't updating automatically, so I had to manually update it. It's talking about astronauts in the chat. Yeah, I mean, so I live in Houston, and I know, and I went to school and I went to college here in Houston, and I I haven't known astronauts, but I've met some, because a lot of the families live. I think a lot of the families live in this suburb of Houston, south of Houston, near the Johnson Space Center. And I'm not going to go into it, but I knew someone in college who, went to that high school. Went to the high school with a lot of astronaut, the kids of astronauts, which is kind of cool. What am I looking up? Oh, I was going to try to figure out what next for this one telescope, which it has nothing. So this, I'm losing focus. Why? I don't know why. It's not like it's that late. Okay, let me go back to the current time. Pluto is visible. I need to start imaging Pluto. Let me take a sip here. Okay. And I don't even know how long I want to expose for. It's 14th magnitude. Maybe I'll just enter the coordinates. I mean, it'll be an experiment. So the reason why the grid is going is because this is the alt azimuth grid. And so since I'm zoomed in pretty far, let me turn that off. Go back to Pluto. I'm going to enter the coordinates manually. Although, actually, I wonder if it'll... That would be too easy if it actually could look it up. Nope. I tried. 20 hour, 12 minutes, 16, 2 seconds. I mean, there's a way to, I still haven't set it up where you can actually pull the coordinates right from Stellarium. I really need to do that. 23 minutes, 23 seconds. So let me double check this. 20 hours, 12 minutes, 16.5. Why did I 50 seconds, arc seconds, minus 23 degrees, 17 minutes, 23.3 seconds. Okay, J2000. I'm going to do 15 minutes, no light pollution filter. Okay. It's nice because you can just define your own name and it's going to show up as Pluto. Can you do half a mosaic each? So the theoretically, so if you go use one of the mosaic calculators, like, let me see, do I have it? Yeah, I have it here. So if you do go to like Astro Mosaic, and I have a mosaic here, and you can get, you can get all the coordinates of each panel, and you can manually set it up in the Seestar, in the control software. Just define each panel. But if you define a mosaic here, like you say it's 3 by 3, you can't tell it which panels to take a photo of. So it'll compute the whole mosaic. So what I've done, since I have 2 of them, is I'll start them at the same time doing the same mosaic, and like a 3 by 3 mosaic. And so then I'll combine the 2 telescopes, all the data from the 2 telescopes, and then process each panel separately. Now that said, because sometimes a panel will fail, like I've had issues where clouds rolled in and one of the panels failed, but then the other ones were fine. Because that's happened, and people have there's been discussion on one of the Discord servers about it. One of the things that came out that's kind of a to-do item that Kai, who started the API, has talked about doing, is you could define the mosaic, but then you could tell it what panels that you actually want to image. So say you're doing a 3 by 3 and say, I want the first one and the 5th one. But here are the parameters, so it can compute like where each panel is. And then you say, actually, I don't want you to do all the other ones. Just do these 2. Once that's in place, then it would be pretty easy where you could have 2 of them going, you load the same mosaic definition, but you say, okay, telescope A do panels 1, 2, 3, and telescope B does 4, 5, 6. And he kind of indicated it wouldn't be that difficult to add that, but it hasn't been done yet. So for now, what I do is I just load the same mosaic in 2 telescopes and have them both process it, which isn't bad necessarily. It's theoretically it should be okay, because since you're only doing 10-second exposures, like a series of 10-second exposures, if you're doing that on 2 different scopes, like theoretically it shouldn't be any different than doing, it for twice as long on 1 telescope, each panel. If anything, it's better, because by having it spend less time on each panel, you have less field rotation. That's been kind of my observation. The field isn't rotating as much on each panel because the total time it's spending on each panel is less, but I'm doing it across 2 telescopes. Yeah. Okay. So Pluto is up. And what else did I have? I had Pluto, and I had this other NGC object. I really need to turn off the emoji keyboard. NGC 6907. The reason I have this target is I'm just very intrigued by the name. Oh wait, so that's an hour from now. Is it actually visible now? It might not be visible yet. It might not be visible yet, but I love the name of this, the Giant Behemoth Galaxy. It doesn't look like it's that big, but the name is intriguing, so I had that on my list of things to image. Let me see if it's visible in... in half an hour from now. It should still be visible. Actually, I could get quite a bit of time on that. So let me... Giant Behemoth. Okay. Now, actually, before I get carried away, the main thing I was going to focus on was Andromeda. So let me... Yeah, M31. Yeah, M31 should be good. Actually, Triangulum Galaxy looks like it might be okay. Okay, let me see. What did I have on this one? Okay, so this is NGC 6822, and then 2 globular clusters. What it was NGC 6822? Oh, it's Bernard's Galaxy. Right. That just seems underwhelming. It's been going for, I mean, it's only been going for 9 minutes. Supposedly there's a galaxy in there. Okay. Fine. I'll do that. 2 globulars. I gotta do Pluto. I have to do Pluto. Maybe I don't do the Giant Behemoth Galaxy. Maybe I'll do Pluto and then move on to M31, which was the main thing I wanted to do. I'm just looking at my list to make sure there isn't anything else I'm skipping over. I mean, I wanted to do the Heart Nebula, but I'll have to do that another night, because I'm just going to keep going with these, because there's 2 more globular clusters on this on telescope B. So I'll just go to M31 on the other one after Pluto. So let us go back. And so I set up a mosaic and I'm going to do a 3x3 and 50% overlap. You can do lower numbers if you're doing alt azimuth, but because we're not, I mean, if you're doing equatorial, you can have a lower overlap, but because I'm doing alt azimuth, 50%. And I'm going to do 2 hours. And that's 9 frames. So it's like 15 minutes per frame. That's not hardly enough, but I'm just going to have to get a lot of data. I mean, I'm going to have to do it over multiple nights to get what I want, because I want to try to get half an hour, like an hour per panel. Yeah, so over 3 or 4 nights. 4 nights I could do it. Yeah. M31. And I usually like naming these. Like I'll do the lookup and then I add a suffix so I know at a glance that it's that this was a 3x3 mosaic, because it'll name the directories like 11, 12, 13. But if I did a 4x4, like I'll have 11 directories for the 4x4 and the 3x3, and anyway. So let me go ahead and do that. And I'm just going to go with this. And I'll go ahead and start it. And actually, oh man, Methuselah Nebula. I mean, you can keep the suggestions going, because at the very least I'll add it to my list because I might have, supposedly there'll be clear skies tomorrow night. So maybe not as, I thought it was going to be Friday, but there might be some clouds around at the beginning of the night tomorrow. But tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday might be Methuselah Nebula. Wait, what's this one over here? Oh, and there's the veil. It's near the, okay. Sometimes this view in Stellarium isn't impressive, so I have to switch to this one. Methuselah Nebula. Sounds intriguing. Let me make note of that. Methuselah Nebula P1. I like that. I like that. It's very random. I'm not random. It's a very I like less, like more unusual things. But yeah, I'll try that. Not tonight though, I think. Let me double check something here. Okay, so Pluto is started. Let me go look over here. Is this the one it's on? Yeah, it's getting sub-exposures here. I love the the icon. Is that a blue screen? Someone at Apple has a sense of humor, I guess, or something. Okay. Oh, failed. Well, at least I have failed frames. Well, that's good. Yeah, because I have that setting turning on save failed frames. So it is starting to capture data. So cool. So Pluto is in the works. And I mentioned this last night, but one of the reasons I want to image Pluto, and really I shouldn't have aimed it right at Pluto. That's fine. That's fine. Let me export this schedule. And then I can load the exact coordinates. because what I wanted to do is, sorry, if I go back to Pluto and I zoom in, and let me point it at this star. Let me shut off that view. Pluto. But basically, my idea is I'm going to image it over a couple of nights or a few nights, and I should be able to what was it? What was it? Basically, it moves enough on the star field, even between days, that I want to create a little animation of Pluto moving. Okay. Thanks for joining, Dave. I'll probably do a live stream. I might be doing a live stream tomorrow. So if you have any questions, or there's a Discord server, drop in there. And if you have any questions or run into any issues, speaking of which, I should probably try to monitor Discord during the stream. Actually, yeah. Anyway, yeah, so Pluto is in the works. What do you call it? Pluto's in the works. And then Andromeda, it'll do Andromeda. How long did I expose? So Pluto's only going to be for 15 minutes. And then the Andromeda mosaic will kick off. And this one is still working. This is going to be for half an hour on this dwarf galaxy, which seemed kind of underwhelming, unfortunately. I mean, it doesn't look that impressive, but I am going to try to process it to try to bring out more detail. And maybe it's a target that I end up having to image a lot, get a few hours of data to get anything reasonable. I'm kind of curious now. Let me look that up. Of course, this was an image taken with a professional scope. Yeah, it's the closest non-satellite galaxy to the Milky Way. It's similar in structure to the Small Magellanic Cloud. So, and it's pretty small, 7,000 light years across. So, parent magnitude is a ninth magnitude. That is definitely not what I'm seeing. But that was taken with a 2-meter telescope. So I'm taking it with a 2-inch telescope. So. Yeah. Well, now I'm intrigued. Now I'm very much intrigued. I want to, I might have to start imaging, getting a lot of data for this. I mean, I have some targets where I've gotten 5 hours of data, 10 hours of data. This might be one of them. But we'll see. Okay. So that one will run. Okay. Dark cloud area. Let me see. Is that it? Are you talking about like kind of this dark area, or there's also this patchy unnamed cloud? I love that it's a patchy unnamed cloud. But for me, these areas are obstructed right now. Um, yeah, yeah, that area. No, I unfortunately it's obstructed for me. And the other issue I have is since it's Bortle 9 here, I have a problem with some of the low contrast or dark nebula targets. I have a hard time with a lot of those just because the sky brightness is so high here. Um, oh, jellyfish. Oh no, that's not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of the jellyfish nebula, not the jellyfish cluster. Oh, Portal 1. Lucky. Not me. Portal 9 here, so yeah, I can't see the Milky Way. I I mean with my eye, it's yeah, not even close. Um yeah. I mean, I would love Portal 1. Portal 1. I mean, I've been to Portal 1 skies and they're amazing, but not here. Not here. Yeah. Yeah, these kind of areas I really struggle with trying to image. But it would be a cool area. Maybe yeah, I've in the spring I had thought about going on a kind of a camping trip to an area that's like Bortle 1, but now it's too hot out there. Here's a is that a star cluster? Open cluster? Yep. That looks cool. Open star clusters are usually pretty easy for me. And then of course like the brighter emission nebulas are easy. Like the Eagle and Omega. But yeah. Yeah, but let's see. We are yeah, my massively obstructed sky. Yeah, so let me look. Where are we at? Get my bearings here. Okay, so clearly I'm going to have to get a lot more data from this one. Here's my live view. Now this one's, it refreshes. Oh, okay, it refreshed. I was looking at this last night. Let me see. There was a, is this actually, let me look at this, see if the time lapse from yesterday. When I had all the clouds. Yeah, look at all the clouds. That was last night. So frustrating. It's kind of cool how the clouds, they look like they're evaporating. Yeah, this was my struggle last night, and you could see the telescope trying to image, but and then it kind of went away, and then it came back with a vengeance, and had a lot of failures last night. Remote Seestars in New Mexico. I mean, the only problem with doing a remote Seestar is, well, somebody was talking about it on one of the Discord servers, and they were like, they're like, one of the objections is that it communicates over Wi-Fi, and that might not be an option, I guess, or might not be, yeah, might not be an option at like a hosted facility. If that's the route you go. The other is, I don't know how waking it remotely would work. I mean, theoretically in the app you can just park it. I mean, not in the app, but like in the Seestar in this, you can go and park the scope, and it'll just kind of point it down, but it'll still be on. So you can still kind of wake it up. And I mean, it's not asleep, but it goes into kind of a protected mode, and then you can you can run it then. And you could rig up something where you were kind of, maybe you have a Raspberry Pi that you can VPN in and control it. But if it somehow lost power, I don't know how you deal with that. Maybe have somebody, like with, remote hands, where could you please poke the button on the Seestar? But I know some people have been talking about it, and yeah, I mean, you could even, if you modified the hardware, you could work around that by like having a way to remotely power it on. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go camping. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at a state park way out west. And, maybe spend a few nights out there. I mean, there's a town nearby. Could go in during the day, get something, or if you need to do something. But I haven't. I was going to do it after the solar eclipse, but other things kind of got in the way. Life happens. But yeah, it's still on my plan. I'm still hoping to do it maybe in the fall, because I would like to. I mean, because I see some of the results from people who are using the Seestar in a Bortle 1, and it's just like, wow, it would take me an hour to get that. And even then, like, I'll have more noise in mine. But the good thing is, since it's so easy to set it up, you just kind of put it out there and go, and you can, especially now with this app where you can, with the Seestar Alp, where you can save out the schedule and reload it on multiple days. Like I've been doing that, where I was running. I could have imported the Andromeda mosaic, but I've rerun mosaics on multiple nights, or yeah. So it says it's moved on, so it's a little off center, but yeah. So M75. It's a fairly small cluster. I mean, I'm used to some of the other globular clusters, but then again, M3 and M13 are like two of the best examples in the northern sky, or they are the two best examples. So everything else seems relatively puny. But this isn't going to run that long, because I usually don't put too much exposure time on globular clusters. So that is going. So really, this one will be done. This one will be done in like less than half an hour, because so that's good. I could schedule something else on that one, because this one's going to be on this mosaic for quite a while. Actually, it was done with Pluto. Let me see. Did it fail? No. It had a lot of frames. 204, so 204 divided by 3 for the JPEG, so 70, almost 70. Actually, I could just look at the stack. The stack should have just under 70. So I will definitely try Pluto again. Hopefully I'll have like 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 consecutive nights, not necessarily for live stream, but at least that are clear, that I can image Pluto again to try to get that little animation I want to get. Okay. Um, for some reason, sometimes the chat gets a little bit behind. Oh, Wi-Fi at Grandma House in New Mexico. Well, that's easy. Just have somebody. Yeah, 100 Seestars pointing at one target. That would be. I mean, yeah. Actually, somebody was talking about that. It wasn't 100, but somebody was talking about through their astronomy club. I don't know if maybe they got 10 of them or something, and that would be interesting. Even not even 100, but having like 10 going at once. Astro guy, my armadillo who wanted to use telescope reported a lot. Yeah, that would be or a snake or something out in New Mexico, or your telescope gets knocked over by a, what do you call it, what is it called, tumbleweed. You got it knocked over by a tumbleweed. Um, so let me see. Pluto. Okay. Oops. So I might have to do more than 15-minute or half an hour exposure. Although it only did, I must not have done half an hour, or it just had a high failure rate. But it's somewhere, Pluto's somewhere in here, so I don't see it. I don't see it. Maybe if I process it, because it looks like it should be somewhere in here. Yeah, somewhere in here, but I'll have to process it with like Cyril and try to make sure. And I'll have to, I want to do it before tomorrow, because if I'm able to image it again tomorrow, I want to, if I have to do a longer exposure, I want to know that before, before I take more days of more exposures. But it's somewhere in there. Although sometimes, actually, 12 meg. Let me see if I can. Unfortunately, it's so slow. Okay. Come on. Let me bring this off screen. New Finder window. Astrophotos. Okay, it's copying it. So what software am I using? I'm using a bunch of different software. Hi Don. So I'm looking things up in Stellarium. The thing I'm using to control this Seestar is the Seestar ALP software, the open source kind of control software where you can control your Seestar. So I'm using that, and I had just taken some photos. I have two Seestars. I just took an image of Pluto, or took an image towards Pluto. I don't know that I got it in the frame. I mean, it's going to be a point. It's going to be a very faint star, but what I'm trying to do is see if it works. And then one of the Seestars, it's imaging M75. globular cluster, just because I'm trying to get all the Messier objects. Okay. Yeah, thanks Cosmic Ray for showing for being here. Have a good night. I appreciate it. And I'll be probably live streaming, if not tomorrow, Saturday night, probably. At some point. Keep an eye out for it. I try not to schedule things if it looks like it's going to be cloudy, but sometimes the weather's been kind of like last night. It looked like it would be clear, and then it ended up too cloudy. But thank you for being here. And yeah, so the open source software, there's a GitHub page, and let me put it in the chat. Oops. So that's the software. Now, it isn't there's it's a work in progress. It's by volunteers and different contributors, and so you can install it from source. But there's also, if you have Windows, there's a executable where it's kind of bundled. It's written in Python, so if you don't have a development environment, it can be a little challenging to get set up. But the Windows executable makes it a lot easier if you're on Windows. There was a Docker image at one point, but that's I think people are trying to fix that and make it work again. And then there is a Raspberry Pi image, which is what I'm running. It's running on literally on this Raspberry Pi that's not even in a case. And yeah, it's just I had made a Raspberry Pi image that has the software already installed on it. So theoretically, you should be able to just write the image onto an SD card and start it up. And if you just have one Seestar, so long as the Seestar is on the same network as your Raspberry Pi, the Raspberry Pi will see it. And basically, that's what I'm doing here. The only thing I've done is, because I have two Seestars, I have a custom config file that I copied onto the Raspberry Pi. But by default, if I do nothing, it'll see one of the Seestars. And really, because I have very horrible skies in my backyard, very obstructed. I live in a fairly built up area, and so I have a lot of buildings around my backyard. And because of that, if I had less of those obstructions, you can just set up a schedule and have it run all night. And I know some people who do that, where you set a bunch of things you want to image over the course of the night. You set these wait until, so you could say, okay, I know this won't be visible until midnight, so I can put a delay in there and run a series of targets, and you can run it all night. And even at the end of the schedule, you can have it shut off the telescope. Okay, this finished now. Did that finish? Oh no. Did it finish? Or did it fail? Anyway, an Android interface. Now there is an Android app from ZWO. That said, this app, or this is just a web interface. So if you're running it on a Raspberry Pi, for example, and that's what some people are doing, or they'll run it on their laptop. But if you're running it on a Raspberry Pi, one of the people have talked about, like, going out in the field with the Raspberry Pi, and the web interface it mostly works. Let me turn on developer mode, and then pay no attention to this step. I'll just do that, and then I'll switch on. So, I mean, it's not, actually, let me turn off inspect. It's not like the prettiest necessarily. Oh, that really degraded poorly. Yeah. But ultimately, we want it to be able to work on a phone, on a mobile phone. And now, like I say, I have two telescopes here. I mean, it's kind of wrapped here because I have these schedules. But you could set up a schedule with your phone. Um, you know, uh, some of the form kind of. Now, if you have a tablet, it works better. Like if you have something with a tablet form factor, it's kind of less squished. But the idea is that you wouldn't have to drag a computer out there. Yeah, yeah, on a tablet, it would not be too bad. And I'm pretty sure someone has used this using a tablet. Now that said, sometimes if you don't have internet access with the Raspberry Pi, like there was a quirk where it was having an issue, but I think that's been fixed now. So theoretically, you could have it set up with like as an access point because you can run software on the Raspberry Pi to make it act like an access point, and then you could have the Seestar connect to it and control it through your phone. Control this through your phone, which I mean you could control it from the built-in app, but this gives you some things you can't do through the app. A lot of things you can't do through the app. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And yeah, there's been a lot of work into kind of not reverse engineering, but just getting some of the things to work. Um, uh, where did my mouse? I have multiple monitors here. Okay. Okay, cool. Why did that one finish? Because it was supposed to go to M15, but maybe it ended up failing, and so it like maybe it was obstructed. So that's fine. Um, so since that one is done, and the Andromeda mosaic's going to be going for a while. Let me see. I'm trying to see what kind of targets I want to point the telescope at. Place supernova. Do I want to do the Heart Nebula? I mean, part of me wants to just try the Heart of the Heart Nebula, just to have something, have it doing something. Heart Nebula. Zoomed in a little bit too much. Let's see. I wonder. I don't want to kick off another long mosaic, but I feel like to really do this justice, I would need to do a mosaic. So I'm not sure I feel like doing that right now. It's starting to get late. Actually, let me look at this. I had mentioned this earlier. NGC 147. Actually, what was it? I keep saying actually. Let me try M33. Oh, that might not be visible yet. NGC 147 should be though. Yeah. Problem is I have to figure out the coordinates of the, because I want to try to also get NGC 185 in the frame, and I don't know if I. Yeah, maybe I try that. I'll just enter those coordinates. Is there anything else I wanted to try to image? Yeah, because the problem is everything, a lot of other things are kind of obstructed. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. What am I doing? Okay, so I'm going to go to the schedule. This one is done. Do I want to save this one? No, I'll clear it. And I'm just going to go to this coordinate. So I'm going to call this NGC. Is it 147? 147185. 147185. Because it's two different NGC objects. And I'm just going to pick these coordinates right here. So 0, 6 minute, 14.13 seconds. Okay. And it's J2000. Let me double check the coordinates. 0 hours, 36 minutes, 14.13, 48, 27, 32.3. I'll do half an hour for this one. Yeah, it's the 12th, 13th magnitude. I'm not going to use the light pollution filter. And submit that. I mean, so the nice thing is like you can kind of define objects and you can name them whatever. In this case, it's these, I'm kind of picking the midpoint between those two objects, which is why I named it that. Well, I'll, just to make it clear. Okay. Oops. Dang it. Didn't mean to do that. So one way to do that is I go just, and I can go then test. I can go fix it. Let's see, astrophoto, SSC, whoops. So let me see if I can do this. So I created a new file, SSC, whoops. Actually, let me clear this. I'm going to clear out what I did here. Choose the whoops file, import, and I've got the fix one. So we don't have the ability to edit a schedule yet, but you can export, edit it in a text editor, and then import it back in to fix it. So I got rid of the extra entry. I'm just going to go ahead and start it. And so because I have the app running, it's not actually controlling it. I'm just using it for monitoring. At some point, we'll have a better way of monitoring it, but right now we don't. So you can always look at the file system, but yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Looking at targets while it's doing it. I mean, it is nice. Like it's a nice quick way to image a bunch of different things. Especially if you have a bigger scope where you're maybe spending more time on a specific target, and you just, while you're waiting for it, kind of use the Seestar to kind of look at a bunch of different things. That makes a lot of sense. A lot of times for me, it's just I'm too lazy to bring out the main scope, so I just I don't have a permanent place for it, so I end up just doing the Seestar, which honestly I'm very happy with what I usually get out of it. I mean, kind of bang for buck and result for effort, um, it's good. So theoretically, there should be 2 galaxies. Oh, dang it. Well, the coordinates are a little off, so the other one is out of the frame, unfortunately. Oh well. That's okay. I'll just let that go for a bit. Actually, maybe I don't want to because I don't want it. Yeah. I think I'm gonna cancel this schedule because that kind of was a misfire. I'm just gonna stop it. And if I go look at, yeah, and it stopped it. So that worked. So what do I want to do? Let's see. I have Andromeda is in the works. I keep wanting to do the Heart Nebula, but that's just too. I have to do a mosaic for that to do it justice. Just kind of going through my list of targets. What was that? I bet this one's not visible. IC 1160. Nope. When is it visible? Yeah, that unfortunately it's just not. This isn't visible. Darn it. Anyway, that was another target that was suggested. Well, let me look. Let me just kind of. Sometimes I just kind of look around in Stellarium. Just using Stellarium. Kind of looking around. Is M33? I need to look. Is M33 is visible yet? It's so close. And this may or may not be accurate. So as far as my obstruction, it could be visible or it might not be visible. But part of me is tempted to just try it. I'll just try it. I haven't imaged M33 in a while. Since fall, winter. And if it works, I'm going to do it for half an hour. And go. And start. And we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, because I want to get more data on M33. I had in the fall or winter, I was able to get a decent amount of data on M33, but I feel like I could do more. And look at all these galaxies here. These aren't that faint. Interacting galaxy. See, I need to image some interacting galaxies at some point. Like there's it was kind of in a direction I couldn't image, but because of buildings, but I wanted to do the antenna galaxy, but some of these might be too small. Sometimes this DSS has been slow for me. I don't know why. I don't know why. But yeah, there's a lot of galaxies over here now, which is good because unfortunately, like a bunch of the galaxies from ended up, I wasn't able to image much because it was either raining or I had full moon and was having a hard time imaging them. That's disappointing. Oh well. I wonder what else. Let me see. Is it actually succeeding? Given that this is in kind of a identification loop, it might not be visible. It might be obstructed. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, maybe I will do the heart nebula, the heart of the heart, instead of yeah, maybe I'll just do the heart of the heart nebula. If M33 doesn't turn out, because it might be too low still, but that's okay. I'm doing M31 at least. Yeah. Although maybe I don't do the heart, but maybe I do the fish head. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that because then I have a more compact area to image. Yep. Yeah, this is not. Oh, let me stop this because I think I see the problem. Yeah, it's pointing at a building. So that is a failure. So let me clear the schedule and we will do IC 1795. And I will do it I'm going to do it for 45 minutes. Light pollution, submit. Oh, and that was cool. I forgot. So there was logic added. It used to be when you'd look up a target, it would give you the right ascension and declination. But in the Seestar app, when you pick up a target that's like a nebula, it will check use light pollution filter. And we weren't doing that. But there was a change made that fixed that. So I just typed in IC 1795, and that's classified as an H2 region, which is a nebula. And it auto checked use light pollution filter. So that worked as expected, which is great. So I'm just going to go ahead and start that. So, and yeah. So with Bortle 9, what process do you use? Usually I usually use Serial for stacking. I haven't bought PixInsight. I've used a trial version of it, but basically I use Serial. I use Graxpert for gradient removal, and it usually does a fairly reasonable job, but I have to kind of crank up the gradient removal. But yeah, mostly Serial and Graxpert, and then sometimes some other post-processing. Yeah, but that's what I do. And really, I just end up having to get a lot of data. I mean, more data is often better, but particularly with Bortle 9, to get a good signal, I need more data. Although, yeah. The Eagle Nebula I can't see anymore. It's behind a building, unfortunately. Yeah, I can already see some of the nebulosity. I mean, I don't know if it comes through on YouTube, but I can see, I think, the fish heads right here. I think that's a hot pixel, that red thing, but I can kind of see some faint redness there. But so that will be going for a while. And actually, if I go off this page, and then actually let me see how we're doing on the. I like looking at the live sky periodically. Yeah, so skies are still good. We have low. I think the seeing is good, but transparency is bad because we have Saharan dust, I think, or something like that. Yeah, I think it was Saharan dust. Like we're at the just the right latitude where stuff blows across the Atlantic and it'll come here. Um, so it's been kind of dark, and I mean not dark, kind of hazy, but not normal haze. It's kind of random. Anyway, so that is running. But if I look at the logs, that's what I was doing. I was going to pull up the logs to try to figure out what panel it's on. That's one other thing. Like the web interface will show you which item it's running in the schedule, but it doesn't show which panel it's on in a mosaic. But that's definitely high on my list of things to fix. And not to give anybody any ideas that I'm the only person contributing to it. It's just there's certain things I've added that like the status updating, and so I kind of did an initial easy version of it, and now I need to add the panels because otherwise I end up looking through these logs, or I just wait. But I want to look to see which one. I'll just have to wait. Actually, that's a good question. It's a good question because I think because those are in the morning sky, but it is late enough that they might have risen, but I think they're too low for me. Mars has not yet risen. It's below the horizon. And so Jupiter probably hasn't risen either. Jupiter has not. Let's see, Saturn. Saturn, no. Oh, Saturn is above the horizon, but I can't see it. It's obstructed. Theoretically, yeah, in about an hour I could see Saturn. But right now I can't see Saturn because it's behind this building. And Jupiter and Mars are below the horizon. I ran out of soda, but I have a big thing of water here. Oops. Let me see. Got M2. Wonder what that one looks like. Yeah, that's not too, doesn't look too bad. What is this? Because one thing I've been doing is trying to get other objects in the same field of view, like a globular cluster, and then getting a distant galaxy. Let me see. I see 1391. The Age of Aquarius. Okay, maybe not. Some of these sites are frustrating because they have a lot of information, but they don't give me the information I want. Nope, doesn't help. Let me see. Let me see how far that is. Go astronomy. Declination, redshift. I don't know that that redshift helps me. Let me see. Cosmology calculator. I think this redshift's too low to really have a accurate number. Although maybe it's 400. I mean, by that metric, if that's accurate, that's 400 million light years away, which might actually be right. Because it's 15th magnitude, 15.8. The question is, can I frame that galaxy? Can I get that galaxy in the same field of view as this globular cluster? I could do that. I could have both in the same frame. I might do that, not today, but oops, let me pick this. I want to see what the field rotation looks like. Yeah, actually, I could do that. Oh, it's in that little pocket. I call it a pocket, but it's like this really narrow window. Actually, no, but because it goes in there. Actually, I might do that. Not tonight, but I could potentially image M2, and I'd only have to image to the 15th magnitude, and I could get this galaxy that's a few 100 million light years away. I was like doing that. And there's actually some other galaxies. What is this one? I see 1390. Does it have a distance? But it's got less of a redshift, so that's not as far. Are these all like... Yeah, these aren't as far. But these seem to be like around the same distance. I wonder if they're the same cluster. This one's kind of as the same distance as the other one. Huh. A lot of these, it seems like they're two different redshift levels. So all these galaxies here, so like this one, and all these over here, they seem to be two different redshifts. So it might be two different clusters at different distances, which is kind of cool. So you've been using Wait, didn't pop up. Hold on. I think I that's not good. Hold on. I need to come up with a better setup for some of this, but because the thing that I didn't notice it, the thing that does the overlays on the screen, shut off. But yeah, sorry. Hold on. That was unfortunate. I'm back. Um, AstroPixel processor. You know, so I had gotten a trial of uh, AstroPixel processor, and I messed around with it a little bit. The problem is I was kind of busy, and I wasn't able to really spend enough time on it. Uh, but it looked like it looked like it had a lot of potential, and I've seen some really great results people um, have gotten with it. And the price, I've debated getting it because the price is like a fraction um, of PixInsight, and yet it seems to have some features. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen some people who kind of swore by it, but um, so I don't know. I've thought about getting it because it wasn't that expensive. Um, and as far as as far as like the Eagle Nebula, I guess it would depend. Let me see. I have uh let me see. I think so it would depend on like the conditions. Are you doing it under what kind of skies are you doing it under? I mean, is the moon up? Is it what kind of Bortle skies do you have? I mean, I'm shooting Bortle 9. Um this isn't like I didn't spend any time processing this, but um this was an hour and a half of data, but I'm Bortle 9. So um and did I drizzle this? No. Uh I don't know what I usually I try to have notes on what I used for processing it. I think this one I just kind of did a quick automated process of it. But I mean, you don't necessarily need to do a full hour and a half. I mean, that said, I think for me, I had to have more data because I it was noisy, like especially in these areas, it was too noisy. So I had to get more data. But this was all like just Cyril and Graxpert. Um, you just broke something, or did I break something? Um, uh, yeah. Yeah. So AstroPixel processor, I need to give it another try because I'm kind of intrigued by it, and the price isn't bad. Problem is, I already used the trial. um, but yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not bad, honestly. I mean, I'm happy with it. I mean, ultimately, at the end, that's kind of probably the most important thing. Are you happy with the image? Um, and like I said, that was Bortle 9. This was all shot in. I live in Houston, Texas, so um, it's very. I'm in the central part of the city, and it is pretty bad. And plus, since we're near the Gulf of Mexico, we have and there's some industrial stuff. We get haze and pollution sometimes, but we get a lot of haze and humidity. So sometimes the transparency isn't great. Um, so that makes it more challenging. Like if you live in better Bortle, like you don't need to go for that long. You don't need 90 minutes. But I mean, the Eagle is pretty bright. It's a pretty bright nebula, um, which is one of the reasons why I like imaging it because I can get pretty good results without a crazy amount of time. And really, it's like with the Seestar, I don't feel like it's not a chore. I just kind of set it up. Uh, like before I use this software, I just I'd be sitting on the sofa in the air conditioning while I'm kind of plugging in other targets, and it's like humid outside, mosquitoes, and I'm not having to deal with any of it. Um, So from that point of view, and then I would do something else. I'd be, watching YouTube videos while I'm imaging a bunch of stuff. But yeah, yeah. And really, like, let me see, because I imaged the eagle tonight. Oh, I forgot. My head's not there. Oh, I'm not gonna. Well, maybe. Do I want to do that? I was gonna look at Cyril for another reason. I wanted to go. Actually, I was going to go look at something I had done earlier, not that long ago, not that much earlier, but okay. So I had actually pulled the fit file off, but it was taking forever, and then I ended up going on something else of that Pluto image. So I was wanting to see what kind of, if there's something I can see. Oh, I tried to maximize it and it went off screen. The UI can be a little quirky, at least on Mac. Okay, so let me go auto stretch. So this is, I was wanting to see if, okay, let me look up Pluto, because I'm trying to figure out if I was able to capture it, or if I'm going to have to try a longer exposure tomorrow. So let's see. Okay. Oh, I need to, wait, what just happened? The UI sometimes has these weird painting issues, like where the image gets, okay. So, all right. Trying to figure out, I really should plug this into some software to try to do some plate solving or something, rather than try to figure it out. Because I had looked at the JPEG earlier, but now I want to pull up the fit file. Okay, Pluto. So let's see. Okay. And so it should be in trying to, I'm getting, I think it's because it's late, I'm getting a bit confused. Was that even earlier? Okay, that's the problem, I think. When did I take this image? Yeah, it was right around midnight. So I was looking at the wrong rotation of the image, I think. Okay, these two stars. And then, okay. Was it somewhere in there? Ugh, I'll have to look at this. Oh, I wonder if it's flipped. I'll look at it some other time. I was trying to figure out if I had successfully gotten enough data for Pluto. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, I dropped I dropped a laptop, but it seems okay. It seems fine. Yeah, Cyril has plate solving stuff in it. I'll take a look at it. I need to take a look at it before tomorrow, or before tomorrow evening. What was I? Oh yeah, so I was starting to look at the which one? Okay, this one I've got. I did M16 earlier. Was this one today? Or was this a previous night? That was a previous night. So let me look on the other one. Okay, this was from tonight, and I did 540 or 54 frames, which is 540 seconds, which was less than 10 minutes. And I mean, this is the image out of the Seestar, which it's kind of grainy. I mean, it's very noisy, but you can see the kind of pillars of creation area. So there is signal in there. And if you look at the fit file, which of course is going to take forever now, but yeah. So this is the fit file, but you can see like there's a bunch of noise. But this was only, yeah, like I say, less than 10 minutes. It was 9 minutes of data. So you get some results quickly, but to get it less noisy, you just need to get a lot longer exposure, or maybe you don't if you're in a better portal than I am. I mean, the good thing about some of what I do is really you should be able to get better results than or get results more quickly than I do, because it would be difficult to be in worse conditions than I am. Oh, thank you. Videos for processing frames and serials. I'm glad. Thank you. I'm glad they've been of use to you. I need to do another video, kind of with my where when I kind of do the quick workflow, where I just kind of auto stack, where I'm not having to go and manually, where I'm not manually stacking, but honestly, like that video, because I think I use the generalized hyperbolic stretch. I still use that a lot. I mean, I have some scripts I use a decent amount where I don't have to manually stretch, but I do end up having to manually stretch a lot, mostly because of my bad skies, and the automatic scripts end up doing weird things and create weird artifacts. But I do need to create another updated one. But I'm glad you found you got that. I'm glad they were helpful. It's kind of late here. It's like 1:30 in the morning, so that's why I'm having word issues. But yeah, you can. Let's see, where are we? So I see. Which one was that one? Oh, it was the fish nebula, fish head. Doesn't seem like a lot of detail. Maybe it hasn't updated. Sometimes it doesn't, like, I don't see the enhancing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe that's all it's gotten. Well, yeah, some targets are a lot fainter than others, and clearly this one is very faint, because this one's gotten 13 minutes of data, and yeah, it's still really faint. I mean, this is the fish head nebula, and it's just like kind of right next to the Heart Nebula. Yeah, that's disappointing. But that's why sometimes I don't why I don't end up imaging certain targets, uh, because well, I do image them, but sometimes it ends up I'll start a target and it'll be fairly clear, or the first time I image a target like this one, it's gone for 13 minutes. It's very faint still, and so I know I'm probably going to have to get a few hours of data from this to get good results. Um, and so sometimes I'll skip something, or I'll start it, I'll do it once, and then I'm like, there's other targets I want to image. And so I'll go for some of those, and then I might come back and revisit one of these, and get more data. And some of them I'll get kind of in between where it's like maybe not amazing, but also not this dim. And so I'll be more motivated to try it multiple nights, or I'll see someone else's result from it and I'll be like, oh, I should try to just get a lot of data. But this is failing a lot. I don't know why it's failing. Actually, we can look. So let me look. Since I have it set to save failed subframes, which I see 1795. So here's the subframes. It's got 13 minutes of successful data, or of frames that work, but let's see how many it rejected. One other thing I've thought about doing with the Raspberry Pi is I have the image that has just Seestar Alp on it, and I thought about putting Raspberry Pi on it, but I've also thought about putting the All Sky camera on it. Maybe that's too much to run on one, but maybe not. Like the Seestar Alp and Raspberry Pi shouldn't use that much resources. I've thought about doing it so I could just have basically one Raspberry Pi in an enclosure in my backyard, and then it could be the all sky camera, like basically, where is it? Yeah, basically the all sky camera, this thing, and have this acting as my, what do you call it? I was just looking at the stars. This could also act as my access point for the Seestars and also control them. But I haven't. I've been debating it. I might go ahead and create an image, and I'd have, because it'll end up being bigger. I'll have just kind of the default one with just the controller on it, and then I'll have one with kind of the deluxe version with a bunch of different stuff on it. What am I looking for? Oh, I was looking at this. Oh, finally loaded. So 378 frames. So you divide by 3, it's like 120, over 120, 125 frames, which would be 20 minutes ish. And it's gotten 13 minutes, so that's not terrible. It's not like the worst rejection rate. But let's see if we can figure out what some of these frames. See, this is where like it ends up taking a while to load. It's thinking. Again, this would be fixed with faster network. Okay. Okay, here's the failed frames. Let's see if I can figure out why they failed. Like sometimes it's obvious. I'll look at it and it's like it's got like the stars are, you know, like the thing was uh moving when it took the photo, so the stars are all kind of streaked, but we'll see what it looks like as soon as it finishes thinking about it. Because I'm kind of curious why it's... Okay, so pick one of these. And it's going to think about it more. Because, I mean, it's downloading the image in whatever speed connection I have. Auto deletes the thumbnails. I like that idea. I really like that idea. Because I know some people, what they do is they'll have a script where they copy the thumbnails. I mean, they'll copy just the fit files off, but I like the idea of like a purge function. Okay, see, look at this is one of the failed frames. Oops. Yeah, look, this is one of the failed ones. Look at how elongated all the stars are. It was like having a tracking problem when it was trying to take this photo. And that's why it failed. But I like that idea. I need to make a note of that idea so I don't forget it. Because I have a feeling, I mean, if we make it opt-in, I have a feeling some people will definitely use it. Okay. Purge. Purge the JPEGs. I like that. I like that idea. Cool. All right. Yeah, this is just very disappointing. I mean, it's fine. At least I know now that this target needs a lot of data, and maybe I'll image it more because it's yeah, especially going into later in summer, early fall when it's when it'll be rising earlier. I could probably do quite a few sessions with it and get maybe a few hours of data because I think that's what it's going to take. A few hours to really do justice to that. Yeah. Yeah, it's so faint with 16 minutes. I mean, 16 minutes isn't that long, but yep. Actually, so let me go. I really need the panel, that panel logic, because I'm really, really curious what panel it is on the Andromeda. Actually, I don't have to guess. I could look. Maybe. Yeah, it's not on this one because I named it M31. So it's done 11, 21, 22, 31. It must be working on 32 now. So it's only on the fifth of 9 panels. Did it just do something? That's weird. What is it doing? Get schedule with no parameters? Weird. I mean, sometimes the logs don't necessarily make a lot of sense, but yeah, so the fish is going and Andromeda. I mean, when did I start the Andromeda mosaic? I mean, it's 9 panels. I mean, did some of them fail? Let me double check. Yeah, because I named it underscore 3x3. So it's these. And it's only done 5? When did this one finish? Okay, okay. So this one finished. So I must not have started until like 12:30. So this will be running for a little over 2 hours total. So it's got probably 50 more minutes. I don't know if I have 50 more minutes. um, yeah. So So I'm doing one mosaic on this one on this Seestar, and what I did is I set it up where I picked I looked up M31 and it set up the coordinates of the center, and I basically did 3x3. And what I personally do is because the name could be really anything, and I'll suffix it with kind of the size of the mosaic, and then 50% overlap, and then the total exposure time, or the total time it spends on each panel times the number of panels. So I did 2 hours. So 9 panels, it'll spend 800 seconds on each. And then I hit submit. And so yeah, it basically, oh, yeah. Good night, Don. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. I'm not sure how much longer I've got, but yeah, so once you run the mosaic, it does a panel at a time, and it the software, the controller, um, this isn't this is that Seestar Alp. This isn't the Seestar itself doing this, but it suffixes whatever name you enter with which specific panel it's capturing. So you have underscore 11, 21, 22, 31, 32. So you have, in my case, it's a 3x3 grid, and so it's kind of doing each panel, and each one is like its own target. So it's got the stacked and the subframe directories for each. And so what I've done is I take each panel subframes, process them like it's its own photo, and then I use what most people have been using is this program, ASTAP. Oh, what just happened? Oh, it's the background loading. That's the software a lot of people use, and like people use normal panorama software, but this one, like normal panorama software tries to align the edges, but if you have gaps, it won't work. Whereas this is astrometric stacking, so it has a star database, and it will figure out where each image is. So even if they're not touching, it will produce an image where that kind of like placed all the images you gave to it. And it works pretty well. So it's not that complicated. You basically process each panel, try to get about as much time per each. You just stack it. You don't stretch it, just stack it. And then you run it through this to kind of put all the panels together. And then you process, I guess, the final result. Do the, noise. Well, I think some people might do noise reduction before they do this alignment, and then do the cropping, like to crop out the kind of stacking artifacts at the edge, and then combine it in this program, and then do the rest of the development. stretching and, you know, star net, whatever. But yeah, I initially didn't do it personally, but uh, I guess eventually I saw how easy it is. It's pretty straightforward. Um, yeah, and uh, you know, some people run their Seestars in equatorial mode and they get really good results, and then you don't have to do as much of an overlap. Like I have the overlap set to 50% because of field rotation, but you know, I think you can get away with under like 20%. Um, yeah, I mean, there's you can do a lot with just the base Seestar, but then and the results out of telescope are good, but then you know there's multiple ways you can kind of multiple avenues uh you can take. One is just, you know, turning on the subframe setting so you get all of the individual subframes and then process it like in Serial or whatever, you know, whatever program, PixInsight if you have it, um, or APP, and so then that makes the images, and it makes it. I guess you could theoretically do it in some of the software, like once they added stacking, manual stacking. But really, if you do it outside of, like if you do it in Serial, you can take multiple days of data, which is what I do a lot, and I'll combine it and get a better result. I mean, that's usually what I do for most targets, even ones that are fairly bright, like uh, like some of the globular clusters that I've kind of gone deep with. I'll capture data over multiple nights. So that's definitely an avenue. But then things like this program, the Seestar Alp, you can kind of do extra tweaks to things like being able to save the failed frame. So you sometimes they're okay, and you can actually stack them, even though the Seestar itself, for some reason, it they didn't reach some threshold, and so it rejected them. But they might actually be okay. Um, you can tweak like dither settings. You can, if you run in equatorial mode, you can, you know, do 1 minute exposures if you want. Like that isn't even offered through the app, but the hardware, the firmware supports it. And just being able to, I mean, I know, like some people, they won't do the mosaics, or not that they won't do them, but like, you're trying to get all the Messier objects. Um, you can just kind of schedule them in this and then just kind of run it and have it run all night and then shut down at the end. So that's pretty handy. One thing I've talked about is with another one of the someone who's on the stream a lot, about doing the Messier marathon, where you like in the spring, where you can see in one night just like essentially every Messier object. We were talking about using this and kind of setting up a schedule ahead of time. I mean, you won't get like high quality images necessarily, but at least you'll get something for every Messier object, and then just kind of kick it off. I mean, granted, that makes it easy, but it's still kind of cool. You could just, you know, automatically take a photo of every Messier object in one night. Kind of like speed running the Messier catalog. But it would, I mean, it would still require planning. Like there's an optimal order to do it. And so you could figure out the order, create a schedule, load up the schedule, and just kind of run through it. Or even like in my case, I have two of them. I could split the schedule between the two and then maybe get longer exposures for each one, or ones where it matters, or where you want longer exposures, like some of the dimmer objects. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot. And then I've kind of gotten a kick about just trying to push the Seestar uh, to try to do more. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, the mosaic. I mean, there's several things. I mean, several objects that like I kind of did a pseudo mosaic of M42 in the fall or in the winter, and I'm looking forward to it being visible again because I want to do a proper mosaic and also a proper mosaic of like the Horsehead Nebula and Flame Nebula. Um, I'm really looking forward to doing that. But yeah, there's a lot of there's several targets. Like once you start doing it, you realize, oh yeah, like how I was debating doing the Heart Nebula tonight, but I'll do it some other time. But um, like like this red rectangle is the Seestar's field of view. I mean, you don't get much of the Heart Nebula, so really you need to do a mosaic. And I've seen some people who done they had done like a 3x3 or 4x4 of the heart mosaic, and it looked really good. And it was done with a Seestar. It was nice. Um, so yeah, yeah. I mean, you don't always. I mean, like I don't use the mosaic for most targets. The functionality, like when I was taking a photo of Pluto. I mean, it says it's a mosaic, but it's a 1x1 mosaic, which is. But basically, I just entered it on this tab. It's a nice way to kind of queue up a bunch of stuff so you're not. And also, it helps you maximize your time. So like when I would do it through the app, a lot of times it would finish and or or it was starting to have issues because it was like obstructed and I wouldn't notice it immediately. Like maybe it had been failing for half an hour. And so like I found myself kind of babysitting it a lot. Whereas with this, you can kind of kick off a bunch of things. Um, so let me see. This is stopped. Did it just stop? I guess it just stopped. I mean, I only did it for half an hour, 45 minutes. But Andromeda's going to keep going. But yeah, it'll probably be going about another 40 minutes. But I'm actually thinking of calling it a night. Not, I mean, I'm going to keep this running for a while. Not the stream, but the mosaic. But mostly because I've been it's like 2 a.m. here and I've been on for 4.5 hours. So I'm getting a little hoarse and tired. And I want to save some of my energy for subsequent nights. So let me see what we're looking at weather-wise here. Oh, interesting. Looks like it'll start getting cloudy. Oh man, see, originally Friday was going to be good. It looks like Friday's going to be uh Friday evening's not going to be, but Saturday looks good. Although this might be a problem. Sunday also looks maybe okay. Although, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I probably won't be doing anything Friday. Although, I don't know. Maybe I'll keep going. Because it looks like Saturday might not work out. It all depends. Because, like, I'll start the stream around 9:30. But, like, according to this, but it's 2 days out, so. Or a day and a half. 2 days? Yeah. Almost 2 days out. Maybe I'll keep going for a little bit longer. I know there was one night where the conditions were it was early spring, I think, and it was really exceptional. Like according to Astrospheric, it was like excellent conditions for like transparency and seeing, or above average at least. And so I ended up going to like 4 or 5 in the morning because it was just one of those nights I felt like I couldn't stop because the conditions are so rarely that good here. Um, and it's actually pretty good here right now. It claims it's above average seeing, but below average transparency. What's Saturday going to be like? Just average, average. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's kind of the dilemma. I was feeling like I should stop, but now I'm seeing the weather and I'm like, it's not going to be. I mean, there's a chance. I mean, it could end up being clear, but it might not be. Um, ZWO Astronet. Which one is that? My brain's not. I know I keep saying that. ZWO Astronet. Oh. Is that the thing that's. Yeah, in the app. I have, but I'm currently logged. I'm currently logged out of it. And I even. Yeah, since I'm going to stay up, I should go ahead and schedule some more. I hear I don't know that the microphone picks it up, but I hear one of our dogs barking. And when he's barking like that at night, the trash comes tomorrow morning. It's usually because there's either a cat in the backyard or a raccoon. Um, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a raccoon. He sounds like he's going crazy on it. But yeah, I'm not logged in on my phone or here on it, but I have posted some stuff on it, and I haven't used it in a few months, but when I did, it it was interesting. Like I found, I mean, like there's a lot of photos. People take photos of the same things, like the sun, the moon, certain bright targets. Um, and I take photos of all those too. But I did find it. I think that also helped. That might be one of the reasons why I started kind of on that quest of imaging quasars and more distant things. Not more distant than quasars, but like more distant deep sky things. Was because I saw some posts on Astronet of people had taken photos of fairly, a few 100 million light year galaxy kind of interacting galaxies. And I was like, that's pretty cool. Like, I mean, it's not huge in the field of view, but you can tell it's interacting galaxies. And so that was kind of, I think that has helped me get ideas for different areas I wanted to pursue that maybe I hadn't considered doing with the Seestar. Um, but yeah, it's yeah, I mean there's some interesting things in there. Let me see. I don't know if I can. Let me see if I can even look. I don't even know if I remember my password. Where's my phone? Let me see if I can. I haven't logged in such a long time. But yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. And like I say, I mean, you can get that too from like Facebook, like there's some Seestar Facebook groups and stuff. And I think that's, um, let me see, click to log in. Um, did I use social login? Yeah, I think, let me check. Yeah, luckily. I was like, I thought maybe I didn't log in. Um, yeah, thought maybe I hadn't logged in with a password. I thought maybe I logged in with a user and password, but I used a social login, so that's good. So I was able to get back in. Let me see. Yeah, I have the ability to pop this on stream, so unfortunately, since I use an HDMI cable, I can't. I have to take it out of the case. Hopefully I won't drop that. I won't drop this. Oh shoot. I mean, I dropped a laptop already. I don't need to drop anything else tonight. Some of these cases are. This is like a low profile case, and it is. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's funny. I started recording a video. Oops. Okay. Okay, fine, whatever. Let me see. Yeah, let me switch to the phone. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I'm logged in. But yeah, I mean, like some of the stuff people have done, like, yeah, so I've seen this before. What the person didn't get the prominences themselves. They're using the solar atmosphere, and they did a composite, but still, oops. Let me look at deep sky. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, and then just seeing some of the processing people have done, like, yeah, I mean, it's probably done with, oh, it's Photoshop, Deep Sky, what was it, Deep Sky Stacker. So they didn't even use like PixOnSite. That looks pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, some of these, like this. I mean, like, it's thinking. My phone's thinking about it. But yeah, you get the idea. It's, like, I mean, there's kind of artifacts there, but still, it's like, there's some, yeah, I mean, there's some interesting stuff that people have done with it. And like, yeah, is that the, oh no, is that the Pleiades? But yeah, it's just, I find it kind of inspiring sometimes. I mean, so you'll see some of the same targets over and over, but then you'll see some that are just like, wow. And just the way people process some of them too. Comet. But yeah. Let me see. Others. What is others? Oh, Betelgeuse, Arcturus. Oh, that's cool. The moon. Anyway, but yeah, it's I don't use it consistently, but I have used it for kind of inspiration. I almost dropped the Raspberry Pi. I am just dropping things. Oh, I see why. The that cable I just plugged my phone into is was dragging on the power cable for the Raspberry Pi. Anyway, is it still working? I hope I didn't accidentally do something with the power. Okay, it's still running. All right, so Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like that one I looked at where I would have, I was like, surely the person used PixInsight, but they didn't. They used Photoshop and DSS. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I'll do the same thing with like the Facebook groups, but sometimes it's almost too much. Like there's a lot to go through and then try to figure out, you know, you get so many ideas. Uh, hey, hi there. How are you? It's is it almost breakfast time for you, or did you already have? Oh no, probably past mid lunchtime maybe. Um, what am I looking at? I think I'm. So I've got the mosaic of M31 going. already already had breakfast a while ago. Yeah, I I, I realized the time that you're probably way past breakfast. Um, yeah, I'm still going tonight. I was debating. Okay, yeah, nearly 11 o'clock, or yeah, just after 11. Yeah, I debated stopping the live stream a little bit ago, but then I was looking at the weather conditions and it won't be as good. Uh, like there's more chance of clouds tomorrow night and possibly Saturday night. So I'm like, well, I'll just keep going for now. I need to figure out something to do on this one. M32 is going, M31 is going. And that fish head nebula was kind of a disappointment. But M, nice. You're right. M33 should be visible. I was wanting to do that earlier. Let me go ahead and kick that off. Uh, Thank you for reminding me. um, all right. How long do I want to do that for? I'll do it for half an hour because that other the other mosaic might be done in half an hour. So actually, let me look at all the frames. Yeah, it's on the seventh frame, the seventh panel. So it has yeah, probably about half an hour or more. So I'll do 1800. Maybe I'll do 2000 seconds. Let me double check where it is in the sky. M33, and that looks good. Although the time is wrong. Okay, time's better. Okay, good. Let me see. Oops. Okay. Yep, we're good. Good. 2000, no light pollution filter, M33. I'm just gonna schedule a single item because I don't have. I think it's even though I didn't. What do you call it? Yeah, I'm not going to be going till 4 in the morning. I feel like I'm kind of on the tail end of the stream. But yeah, thank you for reminding me about M33 because I had forgotten that it would be visible now. And live view. Yeah. I do feel like I need to go somewhere with better skies. At least for like do camping or something. Um, let me see. Let me go back to the view. Yeah, I really. Oh, good. And it already. And away we go. Uh, yeah, I feel like. It's like trailing. Like it. The initial frame is trailing, and it's still moving. I don't know why it does that sometimes. I mean, sometimes it settles down, and sometimes it takes a while for it to settle down. Yeah, it's thinking. Um, yeah, sorry. So I'm sorry for butchering your handle, but Siko Busujima, where are you located? I'm just curious. I'm always curious where people are. Uh, roughly geographically, you don't need to be specific. Um, because it's always, oh, wow. I would have not guessed that because I was trying to figure out where you might be because you said Bortle 1. And I was like, where are you? Oh, interesting. That's cool. Queens, is it Queensland, Australia? Yeah, I have, okay, yeah. You know, it's really funny. I worked with this guy who, I, I shouldn't go into too many specifics, but there were two people I knew from totally different circumstances, like two different, uh, two different cities. I knew two different people from two different cities for years, and they both ended up in Melbourne. And even weirder, they both ended up like I was talking to both of them, or I was talking to one of them on Facebook, I think, and then I was like, where are you now? And they told me, and I'm like, wait a second. And then I started messaging the other one. And I'm like, where are you? And it turned out they were like, like a kilometer from each other. Like I two different people that I knew from the U.S. that lived in two different cities in the U.S. who both ended up like about a kilometer from each other in Melbourne. And I was just like, one of them's Australian, the other one wasn't, but they both ended up in like, and in the one from Australia, I think he was originally from Sydney. So it's not like he was going back to where, the city he was from. So it was very random. It was the weirdest thing. um, just anyway, but, that was a very random story, but it's late. It's late here, not late in Australia. Actually, it would be like, is it like 4 p.m. there in Australia? Is it 4 p.m. where you are? Um, I worked at a company, and we had an office in Sydney. So I okay, 5:15. I was close. I was off by an hour. Not bad. um, yeah, no, I mean I didn't I didn't work with them consistently enough, or I would have probably remembered the time zone offset. Um, but yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, so thank you very much for reminding me of M33, and that's good because it finally started imaging, and I can see the core of M33 here. So that is good. I haven't gotten data on M33 since um, early spring or something. I mean, with my skies, it's always it's such a struggle. Um, but that's cool. Cool, cool. Um, So that is going to go. Why? Why do I use a Seestar? Um, I'm lazy. No, I mean it for my specific um for my specific situation, living in an area where I can't easily leave it. There's a bunch of reasons. Um, I think it's kind of like the fact that I can set up and tear down things quickly. It's good enough for most of what I want to do. Uh, or I shouldn't say most of what I want to do. It's yeah. I mean, it kind of everything has trade offs, and the Seestar has had a set of trade offs that have been um, what do you call it? Have been reasonable for my circumstances, but then a lot of times I start it then it became kind of a challenge of like, well, how far can I push this thing? Um, well, my answer is difficult, but it's also like past 2 in the morning here, so my brain's not firing on all cylinders. Um, but yeah, I mean, it was more about kind of like being able to set it up in the backyard quickly, and it's kind of made me rethink some things about future setups I want to do. Like I've been thinking about like one of the things I like about the harmonic mounts uh, that I've been looking at, and other mounts are this way too, is that I could run them in equatorial and alt azimuth mode, and I've been leaning towards maybe not my next setup, but maybe the following setup would be an alt azimuth setup, and with like a field rotator, so being able to do longer exposures, but having some of the convenience possibly of doing an alt azimuth mount. Um, but yeah, that's kind of my it has been kind of informed some of my thinking about what I want to the directions I want to go with some future setups. Um, and yeah, but that said, I definitely like we were talking about the last time. Last time we chatted. I need to get a new camera, a new Astro camera. That's gonna be like step one. Um, but then subsequent things I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I'll probably. I don't think I'm gonna do a mount. I don't think I'm gonna upgrade the mount. No, I am. Mount is gonna be the next thing. But then I'm also looking at like, what kind of optics, what kind of scope do I want to get? I mean, I have a refractor, I have reflectors. They're fairly small. I've been debating, I've never had a C8. I've never had I mean, do I do something like an Edge, Rasa? I don't know. That's some of the kind of things I've been thinking about for like down the road. But I still I the fact I can have the Seestar up and running in like a fairly short amount of time has been nice, and that's kind of gotten me uh, kind of not stuck on it, but that's why I do a lot with it. um, that said, I do need to, and I guess since I have two Seestars, it's easy for me to just do the same thing on both. Um, that said, I haven't really had time to implement some of the ideas I've had about maybe running a Seestar and another scope at the same time, or both Seestars and another scope. Because I don't like, I'd like to do that and do it during a live stream, but then I want it to be like logistically not too much of a hassle. And I've been thinking about, you know, do I like the Seestar Alp software? Theoretically, you could control from. Theoretically, I think you can control it from Nina, and so I was thinking, well, maybe I kind of switched to Nina to drive things. I don't know, just various ideas, but yeah. And I guess also the other reason, one of the reasons I got the Seestar, besides the fact it was, I mean, I think one of the main reasons I got it was just because it kind of the bang for buck, like it gives you a lot of the, I mean, like you can get an ASI Air and a ZWO camera and a mount and a telescope, and sure, like the optics could be bigger or whatever, but I mean, it's not a, I mean, for the price, it has, there's value in it. And so one of the reasons I got it was just because of its compactness and, like everything self-contained. So I don't need to, like, all I need is the minimal setup is just the telescope and my phone. And that's all I need. Like if I'm traveling somewhere, I can just, and I don't have a lot of extra luggage space. It's perfect. But yeah, I think part of my problem is I just, not problem, but I'd like to, I don't want to do too many different things at the same time, especially, on a live stream. I mean, I use my other scopes, but not on a live stream. I should probably use one of them on a live stream. The problem is I don't have any of them set up to control remotely. I don't have an ASI Air. I have it plugged into my computer. And so that's another thing that kind of makes it more complicated. But yeah, I'll get there eventually. Anyway, let's see what else. So actually should it be on, I think it might be on the, let me see if the mosaic's on the last panel. No, it's got, it's on the 8th panel. Unless one of them failed, which is possible. Because I don't see one of the panels I would have expected to see. So maybe one of them failed. Oh well. Yeah, I think once, oh hey, wow. I don't know why the chat was like 8 minutes behind and it all came through. Sorry, I was rambling and it was funny because like I didn't get any of those messages. My data our cut looks better. But yeah, it's small, cheap, and portable. Yep. Stop thinking. Forget I asked. Sorry, I was rambling. It's late. And I'm just like, things are imaging on their own. I don't need to think. Actually, RASA data, that would be cool. I might take you up on that. Um, oh, that's cool. Sky Prodigy for free and a Player One camera for it. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And I've talked to people who have like several telescopes and they like their Seestar. Again, small, portable, cheap, and also I'd say easy, quick, quick to set up, tear down. Like I'll have it where it'll be clear for an hour or two and then it's going to rain. And so I don't want to. And then of course there's that, like I don't want it to get trashed, but like if it were to rain on it versus, you know, a much more expensive telescope, it wouldn't hurt my feelings as much. Um, no, not starting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's it depends. Like I mean, yeah, if there's if you're if there's no value in it for you, you could, it makes sense to spend that $500 or whatever on something else, which there's plenty of other things you can um image. I mean, I've been doing astronomy on and off for God, 40 years. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. True story. 40 years. Um, Currently stacking the Veil Nebula. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Um, that yeah, it's nice for doing like quick little things. Yeah. P1 are on sale. 7 ZWO cameras. I mean, yeah, spread it around. Don't spend it all on just one brand. I mean, Player Ones are good. Yeah. Yeah, Player One. Yeah, there's a couple of Player Ones that I've been looking at. Yeah, Player One, Uranus C. I mean, they're yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's I'm trying to think. Yeah, it is kind of funny cuz like another thing that's nice about the Seestar is it's kind of fire and forget. Um like sometimes it can be useful for that. Like during the eclipse, the solar eclipse, I brought the Seestar along, but I had a couple other, I had one ultra telephoto and one refractor, um, kind of, well, I had, and then some other cameras imaging the eclipse and doing like time lapses, videos, still photos. And it's interesting because like some of the results it wasn't necessarily the highest quality image, but some of the results I got that I was pretty satisfied with were the was from the Seestar. Are funny enough, strangely enough, most like I set it up at the beginning and just kind of let it run on a time lapse, and it like I didn't take the filter off during totality, but it provided some uh, extra data, which was helpful. Um, I mean, like the best stuff I got was like from a refractor and with like, yeah, but um, it was I'm glad I brought it because I just kind of set it going at the beginning and just let it run through the entire eclipse, um, without having to think about it. The Tube Tech. Huh. Well, it's still calculating. It's 10-second exposures, and my skies suck. um, and we have bad transparency right now. So the sky is just between the light pollution and bad transparency. It it takes a lot of data for M33. Oh no, this is M33. I'm looking at M31. Um, M31. I've got. I don't have it up on screen. Two from them also. Yeah, the Rasa. Yeah, yeah. I've debated. Yeah, that was something I was talking about earlier. Would I get like a Celestron, like an Edge C8 kind of scope, and then a Hyperstar, or should I get a Rasa? I mean, I'm not in the market for it at the moment, but it's something I've thought about for not necessarily not the next scope, but maybe the scope after. Maybe the next scope, I don't know. For RGB only, mono plus RGB or one shot color. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean that would be one way to do it. The leave have three mono setups and one RGB. What do I recommend? I don't have a strong. I mean, that's actually kind of the dilemma I've been. I mean, so since I have such lousy seeing conditions in my location, I'd been leaning towards a one-shot color camera just because it would let me capture not more wavelengths, more like if I only have an hour to image something, I don't know. It's a trade-off. Like, do I try to do what do I do a mono camera and then do different colors on different nights, or do I get a one-shot color and then have to image over multiple nights anyway, but I'm getting all the signal. I mean, all the different wavelengths every night. So if I just stop, I have everything I need versus having to switch between colors. Although if you have a filter wheel and stuff, you could automate that, I guess. Like I say, I'd been leaning towards the one-shot color personally. Yeah, that's the dilemma. And that yeah. I mean it I mean I had been heavily leaning towards the one-shot color, but then I like look at some of the specs on some of the mono cameras and I'm like, yeah. NGC 6188. Which one was that one? My brain's like mush. Oh, that one. Oh, that makes sense now. Yeah. I can't see it, but now I understand. Now I'm connecting the dots on why it's good for you. Did which did you send it to me on Discord? Which Discord? Sorry, I missed one. SVO. I always like looking at gear, even if I'm not planning on buying it. I do get a kick from it. Oh yeah, yeah, nice. Yeah, I've looked at some of those bigger refractors, and I mean not that that's huge, but it's big, decent size, and so yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I'm like I think because I'm like trying to do. I've got the this up. I'm trying to monitor stuff. I don't actually look at Discord that much. Oh, nice. Thank you. Hi, hi, you all. Great. Thank you. I'm looking at this fit file you sent. Download anyway. Whoa, 231 meg. Wow. Yeah, I want to look at that. And it's funny because like on the one hand, I can be lazy about setting up gear, or not want to mess with it. But then on the other hand, I'm often in front of a computer, and so like I've seen people where they'll take like people will contribute their data and then they'll process it, uh, like with PixInsight or something. I've thought about doing that. You know, take other people's data set and start not I mean just to try to improve my skills with something like PixInsight with a data set that I'm too lazy to get my make myself. I mean, capture myself. Um, just something I've considered. I'll have to look at that later. Thanks for sending that to me. I really want to take a look at that. Um, uh, bouncing around. Ended up in the wrong tab. Okay, here we are. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, welcome to greetings. Thanks for joining. How old am I? I mean, how old do you think I am? That would be the question. Um, not that this is a. Uh, I just sometimes I'm curious how old people think I am. 60 something. No, I'm in my 50s. I'm not that. I'm not. I don't have enough wrinkles yet. I think. 101 going on 21. Well, as I've told people, you're only young once, but you can be immature forever. It's true. Um, but yeah, no, I mean, some of it is just, yeah. I mean, really, what I like, I was talking about this earlier. I want to go. What do you call it? I need to go camping to like this Bortle, to like this Bortle one or two kind of state park, and I plan on bringing all of my gear with me and really trying to. I think that's also the other thing, the cost benefit. I'm like, the skies are so lousy, and I'm like, do I want to bother, going to the trouble of dragging out something bigger versus just setting the Seestar out and just kind of doing everything through that. That's sometimes what ends up happening. Like that even happens with like solar stuff. Like do I drag out my hydrogen alpha telescope or just throw the Seestar? I mean, I'm not going to see all the stuff I see in the hydrogen alpha, but like sometimes I just want to look at, like when there were those that really active region, I'm like, well, let me just look at the sunspots. But then that wasn't satisfactory. So after like the second day, I'm like, okay, I need to use the hydrogen alpha telescope because I'm like missing a whole bunch of stuff. Um, yeah, I mean, uh, that is one thing that has changed. Like the harmonic mounts have kind of changed the calculation for me. Um, like I wasn't quite ready to spend the money on them when they first came out, but now that there's more options out there and some of them some lower cost, slightly lower cost ones, and it's not, it wasn't just about the cost, it's the form factor and the lack of the not having to use the counterweight. Like that's huge for me. And I mean, it's huge for a lot of people, but that's kind of changed the calculus. Um, and so I think once I get a harmonic mount, I think I'm going to start using uh, my telescopes more, my other ones more. But I think, but I still want to be able to control it remotely. So I need to sort that out. Like I thought about getting an ASI Air, but part of me isn't necessarily thrilled about that. So I'd kind of been looking at just getting uh, like a mini PC, or what are those ones, the milk, whatever, or just, I mean, ultimately what I want to get is, or what I'd been thinking about getting is like what do you call it, the one of those eagles, the eagle from Prima Luci, because I guess why I hesitate with the ASI Air, even though I know plenty of people swear by it. And I guess now that I have the Seestar, I'm like, I don't necessarily want to get an ASI Air because I feel like it's just a Seestar plus plus. And I really want something that's like that I can run Nina on and just do everything and not have to worry about compatibility. I'm running Windows, I can have ASCOM drivers, I can run any device. And that's what I'm kind of leaning towards. Um, but on the other hand, I don't want to get something too heavy. So, yeah, that's why I was looking at some of those mini PCs. So, mini PC, harmonic mount, and some telescope TBD. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my uh, quad 75 millimeter refractor, but it is heavier. Making camping videos with Seestar. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, yeah. I mean, I had some ideas for some videos, YouTube videos for that. Oh, that's not bad. You bought Skywatcher GTI for less than $200 for the head. Yeah. 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 Run it in alt azimuth mount. Yeah. Harmonics. I'll have to look at that. Let me look at that. Proxa Sky. Sky. Proxa Sky. Proxa Sky 20. Products. Mounts. Proxa Sky the 20. Yeah, the Melee. That's the one I was thinking of. The Melee PC. Yeah. Yeah. I think that seeing that their ones on AliExpress has really kind of definitely piqued my interest. Yeah. So on a trolley. Yeah, Astroberry. Honestly, that's what I was also kind of thinking about. Um, yeah, taking the Astroberry image and kind of adding stuff to it, my own stuff to it. But okay, okay, I'll have to try that out. I'll have to check that out. Um, UMI light. So that's cool. Prices aren't terrible. Actually, they're pretty good. I mean, compared to some of the ones some of the prices I've seen. 20. Join us. Where's the Discord? Oh, link is in their products. Okay. Join us. Here we go. Continue to Discord. Join Meow Astro. Okay, it's asking me stuff. Hello. Must read. Okay, fine. My font is small. It was released. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay. I explored 3 starter channels. Congratulations. Okay, I'm in. I am in. You have the UMI. Let me see. Let me see. This is mount 17R. Okay. Well, this is helpful. Yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, that's part of the reason why I haven't like raced out and gotten stuff. Like I'd spent a decent amount of stuff, a decent amount on various gear, not all of it astronomy related, um, over the last year or so. And so I kind of had to put a pause on a lot of it. So that's part of the reason why at least I'm thinking about, the camera, but I haven't moved on it yet. Hopefully, well, fingers crossed, if things go well, I think maybe September I'll be in a position to get the camera, not the mount. The mount isn't, it's a very nice to have at this point, but the camera's almost a must have for me. But yeah, don't worry. I won't get it before you. I mean, unless it takes you like a year to get it, in which case I might get it before you, but I'm not I'm not sorry, my brain just actually, darn it. Sorry. I'm like bouncing around. Let me look at something real quick. I think both of the telescopes might have finished, but I'm not feeling motivated to necessarily image anything else at this point. Okay, yeah, they're both done. And it's still clear out. Yeah, still clear out. Um Yeah. Yeah, mount but back camera never helped me with an astro camera up in the sky. Yeah. Yeah, oh, wait, let me go back, sorry. Yeah, this 10-inch Dob is 40. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that's cool. You put a 10-inch Dob on it. Nice. Um, what camera am I looking at? I had this discussion. We had this discussion like a few days ago on and I forget. I was thinking of like, was it the 585 IMX 585 based camera? But like, as far as the brand, I'm uh, TBD. Like, I'd been leaning towards Player One or Tube Tech. I don't know. QHY. Not sure. It might end up being whatever is the most reasonable price when I finally decide to pull the trigger on it. I don't know. Maybe not. I might just, but I think it was was it the 585? Was it the 585? Oh, how many cameras do you have? Yeah, Uranus C. Was it the 585? No, it wasn't the 585. You have 6 cameras. Seven cameras. That's impressive. I'm so far behind. IMX 571. Yeah. It wasn't the 585. I don't know why I thought 585. Yeah. I think when we were talking about it a few days ago, I think you, based on your questioning, you didn't convince me as much as you asked me the right questions that I convinced myself. Well, maybe you did convince me to go with an APS-C sensor. I'd been thinking like a micro four thirds or 1-inch sensor, but I really should get an APS-C. Yeah. So I'm going to put this on screen. Just, yeah. So 571, 533, 294 mono, and 585. Yeah, it was. I don't know why I said 585 because that was not, or maybe, yeah, I don't think it was because it wasn't, that was cheaper than I was definitely thinking of something. Oh, wait, color deep space freezer camera. What? Freezer camera. I like the name. I like the product name. That's freezer camera. uh, yeah, the 585 is small. But yeah, the Google the deep space color or color deep space freezer camera. It's freezer camera. Yeah, it's funny. I actually have a dual band filter. I got the SV Boney uh dual band because it was on sale during Prime Day. I don't know why I got it. When I well, no, I know why I got it. Anyway, I ended up getting it on sale. It was a good price. Yeah, that is that the name. I'd almost buy it just for the name alone, honestly. The deep space freezer camera. Like I like the No, I got the 2 inch. I got the 2 inch filter because I have the particular refractor I was going to use it on had a mount for 2 inch filters, and I figured that was probably the best. I mean, I knew it was the best option to have because I saw the. So I'm like, no, I'm not going to get a 1.5. Yeah, yeah, 2 inch. Plus, I was, I got it not for this purpose, but since I have it now, I was like, I should get one of those adapters and try to mount it on my Seestar and see what happens. I know people have done it, but I want to try it myself, just for the sake of trying it. I don't think the result, it'll probably be too dim, but actually it might not even track. Now that I think about it, for a lot of the targets I shoot, it ends up marginal in my skies anyway. So we'll see. But I'm going to try it. I think I'm going to try it. Let me see. Since this is done, I'm not going to do any more stuff with this because it would require me to think too much. But what I can do is I can go ahead and park both scopes. Park. Yeah. But yeah. No, this is all good. This is very good information. I appreciate all that. Giving me suggestions on more ways to spend money. But no, I need to do it. I need to just bite the bullet and get something like that. Like I say, just the name alone, deep space freezer camera, I think is and hey, if I ordered it, I could have it this like in a week or two. That's not bad. Freezer camera. I think I have a standalone freezer for food. Like I have a freezer in the refrigerator, but I have a standalone freezer, and for some reason freezer camera, I think of it's like a camera for my freezer, in my freezer. Yeah, sorry. I mean, you helped get me down this path. Yeah, you convinced me that I needed to go APS-C, and really I wanted something like this. And I mean that price is definitely more palatable. I mean, because like some of the other ones I was looking at were more like I mean, like some smaller sensor ones I was looking at were more like $800 or something. So if for a little like $200-300 more, I can get an APS-C. That seems worth it. But I'm definitely going to look into that. Like I say, if everything goes well, maybe next month I'll go ahead and. I mean, it's not that far away. Maybe in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I'll go ahead and try it. Yeah, I like that. But again, then I have to, like, this is what happened to me last year when I was buying some camera gear. It's like I ended up it's like, oh, I got this camera and I need a lens, and it's like, oh, I need this other accessory and this other thing, and before I knew it, I'd yeah. But because then the next thing I want, or that I would want to add, isn't the mount. It's a better controlling computer. So I might get like the melee, and maybe eventually get a Primalucci, but just get the melee to start with. Because then it gives me options. I can at least then I'd be able to do what I'm doing now with the Seestars, where I can be kind of comfortably sitting inside and then remotely control it over my wireless network. Because that's ultimately what I'm, yeah. It's just not, it's just too hot. And well, I know I shouldn't talk about how hot it is because it's not nothing, nothing comparatively. I mean, it's warm, but yeah, I like this. And I definitely need to look at these mounts more. Ragdoll. I like some of the product names. Equatorial Altaz, strain wave, up to 20 kilograms, and only 3.4 kilogram weight. Nice. So, Jose, you have one of these? You have the 17R? Let me see. Discord. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. More. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Cool. What? Oh, it's funny. Oh no. What I need to do, sorry, I'm getting distracted by Discord. I have I need to have I need more stuff. I need more screens here when I'm at this table because I can't monitor everything at the same time. I have one monitor that I'm sharing, and then I have my laptop monitor. Yeah, yeah. So which one do you have? Oh, Queeve uses the Tube Tech. Yeah, any mini processor, any mini PC. Yeah, I have like a B-Link, but that, yeah, it works fine. I mean, I don't use it for that, but I had started thinking, well, I could just get another B-Link and use that. Yeah, 50 meg raw subs. Yikes. Yeah, so I need to make sure I have enough enough storage on whatever I end up doing. Oh wow, two mini PCs. Huh? Less than 70. Yeah, leave for another time. Yeah, I mean, there's so many other, so much. Um, but it's all good information. All good information. The camera is definitely camera will be first, and I think a mini PC. I mean, the mini PC is not going to be that expensive. If worst comes to worst, I'll just get like just like a B-Link type device, computer, and just to start with. Those don't cost much, and yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, I mean I think I might. Yeah, a lot to think about. I appreciate it. It is 3 a.m. here, so I am leaning towards and since I stopped imaging, I think I might. Yeah, and the telescopes are parked, and actually I can shut them off now because I have. Which one? Let me do the B one first. I can just shut down and then go to A and shut down. And it's nice on the camera or on this all sky camera. I can tell that it's off when the light goes off. A B-Link. Yeah. And oh yeah, right, Minisforum. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few. And I like watch a lot of computer oriented oh, oops. I had attached the mounted the drives for both of the Seestars, and my Mac is complaining because it lost the network connection for both. So, oops, that's fine. But yeah, we came along. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, but I do appreciate all the information. And I might do like I say, tomorrow night not going to do a live stream because it looks like it's going to be cloudy, but Saturday possibly I might do another live stream Saturday, live observing stream, because I want to get more data on Andromeda. I want to get more on M33. And so yeah, yeah, I use a security camera for my phone. Yeah. Yeah, the all sky, I've been pretty happy with that. And that is another video I want to do. Like now I'm hoping to start making videos again. Besides the live streams. I mean, just do standalone videos. And the all sky camera one has been the all sky camera build I've been meaning to do for a while. I actually have 3 builds that I want to do, but it may not be one video. It might be more than one. But yeah, thanks. I appreciate the thanks to everybody who joined. Sorry, it's 3 a.m. I appreciate thanks to everybody who joined, and thanks for all the information and suggestions, both for hardware and targets tonight. That was very helpful, and it was very good stream, and hopefully I'll see, like I say, see all of you and follow up streams, and I know some of you joined Discord, so I appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, 1 a.m. I was wondering where you were because like I mean it's hard to tell because like cheap Astro was on here, and he's in Ireland, I think, and it was like 5 in the morning there, and he was still on. But yeah, thanks for joining, and I will leave it at that. I'll see you guys in the next one. Where's the button? There's a button. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, clear skies. Definitely clear skies. Thanks. Have a good night. Bye. Or good day.